Welcome everyone. This is the last day of WorldFlight 2023. My name is Captain Tango. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the flight deck for Airbus A320. Captain Mike Delta completed the previous leg well in advance of schedule, so I thought for a change I would walk you through the startup from cold and dark, as we have a little bit more extra time. You'll certainly notice a totally different pace compared to what we had to do when we were doing turnaround. So cockpit is cold and dark. I got our flight plan here. Let me settle in my seat. And so make sure the throttles are idle, engine mode selection normal, engines are off, flaps up, parking brake is on, the radar is off, windshield wipers, wonderful. And we do have external power. Excuse me. And so let's start our battery. They are above 25.5 volts. Starting battery 1 and battery 2. Okay, and then we can connect to external power so that we can get some more lights here. Overhead, the pedestal, floodlights for the MIP, and everything is starting to boot up. So we'll let that go through the startup. Can already arm the emergency exit. Today is the 10, so I'm gonna use, as it is a even number, light number 2, put the strobe on auto, cruise supply on, ground control on for the cockpit voice recorder, and it's never too early to start aligning the IRSs. Probably gonna take around 5 minutes. That's not too bad. Perfect. This is a captain. I think we got a flight warning computer, so we can do a quick fire test on the APU. ECAM. Everything looks good. Engine 1, same thing, but in addition we have fire here. Engine number 2, all the lights, the ECAM, and so that's the APU and engine fire test completed. Okay, let's get the radios. See, I'll let Crafty set up ours when she joins us. So I will be assisted by trusty First Officer Crafty. She will be here in 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Very good, very good. Reset the chrono. Why don't we get our flight plan loaded? The database is correct. So in this particular aircraft, the GL FMGS A320 freeware, we can connect to our latest sim brief plan using the init request. What it will do is load it in the secondary flight plan. So if I go to the secondary flight plan, here it is. So we are doing an extra leg today. We were scheduled to do leg 46. This is leg 45 going into Darwin, Australia. So we will be the official GL44 team going back to Australia where it all started. In addition to our flight plan, let me get some charts here. So our departure airport is Yogyakarta International. We are in Kulon Progo, Indonesia. I think it's a fairly new airport. When I looked at the satellite image, they were still building it, so my map will not display much. You'll see it in a few minutes. Okay, so let's go back to our flight plan. Let's activate it, so that transfers it now, the secondary, into the primary. Verifying we're doing WAHI-YPDN, that's all good. GL44, that's us. I think we'll fly a Mach number, but for now let's put a cost index of 40. Cruise flight level is expected at 350. Let's init our IRSs here. Tweak that position a little bit, so we're at 53. Oh, 53. Oh, that's a display bug. 10, I think that sounds a little weird. 3. That's our position. Align on reference. Confirm alignment. Alright, clear those messages in the scratch pad. Perfect. So we should have our ILS aligned pretty soon. What we can do in the meantime is the init-B page and uplink all the information, including our block fuel. We'll check it later, but 17.2, that is as per our flight plan. We'll have a little bit of tailwind, but not too much, 7 knots, but we'll take what we get. So the trip time per the flight plan is 8.9, 8.8. There's probably route reserve, we need 0.7 ton. That's all per the Simbrief flight plan. Our alternate is KTR, that's YPTN, I believe. Okay, final reserve should have been 1.2, and all in all, that still leaves us 4.5 ton extra, which is requirement per WorldFlight, so that we carry 90 minutes. I know here it's displaying 215, but that's what Simbrief calculated. Okay, we got our nav upgrade. It's always good to be where you expect it to be. Okay, GPS is primary. So at this point, we can start looking at our flight plan. I have filed our flight plan with VATSIM. We'll be on VATSIM as usual for WorldFlight, as it is a VATSIM event. They were landing on 1-1, and I think our first waypoint is Progo. Let me double check that. Yes, it is. So let's do the Progo 1 Alpha. And inserting that. Okay, it connects at Progo, so discontinuity that we will clear. Perfect. So I'll update the secondary with that information. Ideally, in the secondary, I would actually put a return to the field if we had any issue, so we can enter new destination, kind of preparing for an emergency return. And I think the ILS 11, there we go, no star, that would work just fine. Also put perf for our return to the field, only for the approach. I didn't get a QNH quite yet. Maybe we can play a little guessing game here, as the field elevation is 24 feet per the chart. So 1010 might be close. Let's put 1010. Temperature we can read from the ECAM is 27 degrees, which means it's pretty warm there. So why don't we we'll check our fuel with the quantity we expect. We'll turn our fuel pumps on and start our APU. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. The APU is starting, and you the ECAM switch to that page. And for now we'll just zero the wind. I'll be kind of lazy and put 200 in the decision height, Cat 1 ILS. Okay, that takes care of our secondary. Init-B we're done, is all good. Progress page, here too, it would be helpful to have a return to the field, so if at any time we need to come back, that's a quick look. We will have bearing and distance to the field. And actually, ideally, what we could do is, even instead of the airport reference point, we can put runway 11. So you see the small difference. Okay. Why don't we start boarding? Because we are not at a gate here, so we'll need a bus. We have our traditional 144 passenger, that's all good. Let's see what's GSX move today. It's half okay. Give us the menu, let's request boarding. Perfect. What next? I've kind of prepared the frequencies for VATSIM so we can kind of start tuning in. Delivery, then tower, so I'll use the standby to put tower. Tower is 122.122.15. Here we are, a lot of spinning. And then 118.975 for delivery. Okay, let me bring that up. If we hear anything on the frequency. Flight plan, departure ATC clearance.
Delivery hello, HPR 986, destination spot.
I'll turn the volume on the loudspeaker on my side.
986 standby clearance by PDC.
So, oh, clearance by PDC. Did we get a PDC? Check quickly. We sure did. So PDC pre-departure clearance, I got a direct message. WAHI delivery, pre-departure clearance start. We're cleared. GL44, cleared to YPDN via WorldFlight route off runway 11. So we are indeed taking off runway 11 via the Progo 1 Alpha, which is what we expected. Departure, initial climb is flight level 130. So it will be a good time to set this in the FCU. 130. Squawk 4175. Report on 118.975 prior to pushback. 9 minutes prior to pushback. Oh, yeah. The time, I filed it way early, so it's gonna take us a little while before we push back, but that's okay. So we're gonna double check just to be sure, but it's runway 11 Prog 1 Alpha as expected, flight level 130 set, squawk 4175, and that will basically tell the controller that we read the clearance. Hopefully we read more than the squawk code, but at least the squawk code. Very good. It's been more than 3 minutes, probably since the start of the APU, so let me put some APU bleed and start cooling off the cabin here. 27 degree, that's like 80 degree Fahrenheit. Sure, passenger, even if the sun is not out, will appreciate it. So I'm gonna give you a little bit of information regarding our flight today. Scheduled to be a 3 or 10 minute flight for 1330 nautical miles. I'll be the pilot flying. First Officer Crafty will join us pretty soon. Our scheduled departure time is 1955 Zulu, so we'll still be plenty early. It's 1834 right now. 144 passenger. Very good. So the local time here is like 1:34 a.m. So it's probably gonna be mostly night flight. Arrival time schedule in Darwin to be at 8:45 local. So, all right, wonderful. So can tell we're getting a boarding right now.
Connect 31 Hotel Golf, standby input, standby pushback, about 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sorry for the quick break here. Crafty joined me in the cockpit. Let me unmute you. How are you today, Crafty?
Good, and how are you doing?
I'm great.
Captain Banana Shirt.
It must be Friday. I was about to say.
Banana
you wanna,
Shirt
You wanna
Friday.
move your seat?
Yes, thank
And
you.
yeah, it's a tradition here at the Flight Path Simulation headquarters. If you can crank up your loudspeakers and down. I forgot to do it for you. There we go. Thank you. So we don't have the ATC on the loudspeaker. So I did the banana shirt during being on the external camera, so that's not particularly helpful. So why don't we go back into the cockpit, get a little bit of lights, and you can see. You can barely see, but yes, banana shirt it is.
Thanks for getting the cockpit ready.
Of
I don't have
course.
to do all the fire tests and all that.
We did. Everything
right.
turned out good. The only issue with is your volume on. I hear quite a bit of feedback.
Sorry.
So, no worries. The only thing that we know of is that pump 2 on the center tank giving us, sometimes some issues, but nothing to worry about. All right.
And as far as the flow, have you also done
I
the
think we're-
cockpit prep?
Yeah, I think we should be good. I mean,
Like
you
we're ready
can-
for
you
departure
can,
briefing kind of thing?
Fact check me on this, but now that we have
Okay.
the fuel, I think we can put the
Is the weather radar
all is off.
on?
All
On.
is good. No,
Okay.
it doesn't.
Off. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's do the before start checklist, please.
Cockpit prep?
So, cockpit prep have been completed.
Gear pins?
Are here.
Signs?
We'll put both on right now.
Idirs?
So ADIRs will use the position monitor, their nav.
Fuel quantity?
So fuel quantity today is 17.2 ton, and it is balanced across across all 5 tanks. We have fuel in the center tank, so I guarantee you will see that ECAM.
Takeoff data?
I'm still waiting on. Let's put that on the perf page so we don't forget. And BarrelRef is a guess. So let's stop our checklist here and we'll come
Okay.
back. So the briefing, we're gonna take off runway 11. Should be a short taxi. I'm expecting hotel, then right on Golf, and hold short either Alpha or Bravo for runway 11. The runway is pretty long. I mean, we're at sea level. It's 10.6 thousand feet. Yeah, taxi chart is all good. And our departure today is the Progo 1 Alpha, which is runway heading, be it on the chart, up to at or above 500 feet, or right turn 90 degree towards Nassau. We have a speed constraint at Nassau 230, that's checked, and then on to Segdu, which is at or above 11,000, and then ultimately Progo, and then as filed. So that all checks nicely.
So I noticed that the transponder
Yes, don't worry about it.
is on auto instead of
Yes,
standby.
yeah, that's yes. I usually do that later on, but it's all good. Yes,
Okay.
it was intentional. Okay, we still hearing passenger boarding in the back. We've done the brief. Let's see if we get our performance data. I mean, I had.
Do you want
an
me to turn the
initial
external power
printout.
off? Normally that would be
Yeah,
off.
we can go ahead and turn that off and tell the
Okay.
ground crew to disconnect the ground power. So I got some preliminary takeoff data here. Let me confirm it is runway 11 out of Hawaii, temperature same. Would be a 50-degree flex. We're gonna do flaps 1, so standard
Okay,
operating
got it.
procedure. V1 of 142, VR on of 152, and a V2 of 154. And as I just completed that, we got a company message. Let me check that. Message from operation. Let me print it. And this is our final performance. So actually I should have gone through, or at least to last page, then that clears the message. Okay, conf 1 plus F, normal takeoff, dry runway, flex 50, gives us 132 meter margin, so let's call that 400 feet, 142, 152, 154. Very good. So we'll consider that as our takeoff performance check completed per the checklist.
I
And
thought I
then
was
the
frozen. I
last-
just checked and
What's that?
it seems okay. I thought it was
thanks,
frozen.
Thanks for checking. Well, sometimes we don't move too much. Wonderful.
That's why I was waving my hand around.
Yeah, I apologize in advance if we have some of these issue with the GoPro
Yeah.
freezing. Don't hesitate to mention it
Yes,
in the
please.
chat. So.
Please tell us, because Captain
Crafty-
Tango has been able to fix it.
Yeah, sometime, not immediately, but okay, so we're still loading passengers.
Let's
There's
go.
not much else. Yeah, I know.
So do we have to wait?
Well, I want to make sure our passenger. Let's queue up the pushback.
Can we just leave a few in the interest of saving time?
Well, the challenge is that we're doing this flight. I'm
Mhm.
sure will take a little longer.
Yeah.
We'll do the next flight, so our turnaround is going to probably be 60 minutes instead of 45. But we'll still be ahead, and Captain Pero is doing the next flight. He lives
Oh, we're
in
that
Germany.
far ahead.
He's
Okay.
I think his departing time is at 5 a.m. his time, or
Okay.
something like that.
Okay, if you're
Can
sure
that
we're gonna
bit-
get there
well,
in time.
I'm never sure of anything,
But it's easier to wait than it
I
is
know,
to catch
I know,
up. That's what
I
I'm
know,
thinking.
yes, you're right, but or we should be almost there. How,
Okay.
how are we? Let's check. How are we doing out there? A few passengers. I mean, we have 144 passengers. So as a, I don't know if it's a joke or we've tried to
Mhm.
park at gate 44. We have 144 passenger. We are GL 44, so Juliet Hotel Lima 44. I notice it must be a today. Look at our extra fuel. It's 4444. 4 ton, 444.
And who did that? Did
Simbrave did the calculation. I had no part in this.
Oh my
I had no
goodness!
part in this. Yes.
That's
something.
funny. That is.
All right, come
something.
on, peeps. I agree with FO Crafty here. It starts to be.
Can you put them on
busy.
fast forward or something?
I wish. I wish.
There's no way to.
No.
Okay, but what about? Let's talk about parking in our for the turnaround
Hold on.
and
Hold
getting
on,
them.
hold on. We're getting the what is it? Company message. Okay. Oh, they closed the door. Look at that.
Look at that.
So everything looks good. Wonderful. They closed the door, and we got our load sheet. So you can see on
I
my
don't hear.
side.
Do you hear anything? Oh, there it is.
I tune it down on my side.
Okay.
So we got our load sheet, another print. I'm sure trying to run out of paper, but it's not happening. Maybe on the
That's
last
my
flight. Yeah, true. Okay, so let me go through. The load sheet is for today. That's a good sign. GL44, WAHI to YPDN. We are indeed an A320-214 with CFM 56 engine. All weights are in kilogram, 144 passenger.
Oh.
Is our final. What's happening?
Mike is like, thanks for eliminating my 2-hour time buffer. I'm like, don't jinx it.
Ah! No. All weights in kilogram. This is our final weight. Takeoff weight is gonna be 74.6. So let's put that in our ACAR system with GL44. 74,600. We'll confirm that, but that looks good. And what we're looking for is our stamp trim, so it's going to be up 0.2. That's one of the last piece of information. We get our Mach 0 fuel weight, Mach takeoff weight, and stamp 02 up. So let's go back to the performance page, up 0.2. You catch that, Crafty? Or are you distracted?
I'm distracted.
All
Something
right.
about down 0.2 or up point? Were you telling me the pitch trim? Up 0.2.
Yes,
Okay, got it.
0.2.
Okay, I was halfway listening.
Alright, appreciate that. I'm a third of the way listening to the radio, a third of the way listening to you, and a third of the way
Okay,
trying to figure out what to do. Alright,
so parking.
let's get to go. No,
Can we get
let's
an
go.
advantageous
Well, we
spot?
tried last time.
Okay.
We are in an advantageous spot. So
Okay. I mean, when we get to our next airport.
yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Last station, take it.
So are we still boarding passenger? Okay. And delivery, very early good morning to you. GL44 is stand 2. Asking for push and start if possible.
Okay. Juliet Hotel 544, contact ground, Jogja ground 121.65.
Over to ground on 121.65. Thank you, GL44. So ground is on line
Very good
121.
evening. Air Portugal 211. We are on the left of stand 1 requesting clearance to Darwin.
Let's go. 121.65. Alright. And then we'll get tower. I might as well set it up. 122.15. And ground, good morning, GL44, stand 2, requesting push and start. What is beeping at us? GSX, is it V-Pilot? We're still connected. Okay, apparently the front door didn't close. That's not good. See what we can do to help it. Yeah, that's one thing on the freeware. The front door does not. Not just the front door. The door page is just a static page. Okay, I thought it was 12165. Let me double check. 'Cause we didn't hear anything. We had some minor audio problems, but nothing really bad. Alright, WAHI ground 121.625. My bad. I didn't read it correctly and it didn't correct me. Would expect ground to be a busy frequency. If not, let's go. Ground, very early good morning to you. GHL 44 stand 2 requesting push and start.
GL 44, push start approved, facing to the west, expect hotel.
Pushback approved, facing west, expecting hotel. GL 44. Alright. So, what is GS6 doing? What is, I still hear noise. Born
Ground is
passenger.
121.625.
Yes, that's correct.
Push start approved, facing to the east,
Okay,
expect Juliet.
I say let's go.
East, expect Julia. Speed
Volkswagen Air Force Charlie Juliet on your taxi.
Let's do
To
this
the
real quick.
left side of Ryanair.
Taxi, we'll continue to the left of Ryanair to my right, Fort Algenet.
Okay, I'll quickly make sure. No, that the door is still open. I'm not sure why.
Tell them to 8 Alpha, Roger, standby.
Is that a problem?
Well, we don't like flying with our windows down and our doors open, you know? So,
Yeah, that-
yes.
Oh,
okay.
on the airplane.
I think they
Oh,
closed
okay.
everything now.
Okay.
So, that should be better.
The Qantas is kind of lazy today. It's not
He's
doing
not
its
doing his
push-ups.
push-ups. Oh, that Air France is a French baguette. We finally got to see a French baguette.
Where?
Past the, so you have
Oh,
a Virgin
the little
and
teeny
then
thing?
it's an A320, or maybe it's a smaller. Is it a 39? It looks a little small. I can't see the number of exit door over the wing.
Control changing
It's
in
only
progress,
one.
standby.
It might be two. I don't know. All right, let's take care of business here.
No dilly-dallying.
That's right. I'm gonna use the Navigraph charge because I don't have much.
Ground back, let's see.
What's happening?
Juliet, ground.
Carol Baskin.
Come on. Yeah.
Juliet, Joker ground.
Yeah, usually I like to be prepared with GSX, and I thought we would be, but because of the door.
Told to monitor tower, sir.
That can't be, he's still on the ground. Speed with 11 Juliet.
Unless he's parked on the ground.
Yeah, he's parked there. I'm killing
So by now, at the end of the WorldFlight week,
Get into the gate, correct?
we definitely know all the call signs of the other official teams.
Okay, Kellen, go ahead.
So Speedbird 47 Charlie, here we go. We want nose left. That will have us parking brake released. Alright, we should have done the before start reload the line real quick.
And plus barrel ref, right?
Yeah, we didn't. We'll work with 1010. We're on the ground.
Okay, windows, doors, as closed
as
as
they'll
they'll
ever
ever be. Beacon,
is on.
thrust levers,
Idle
parking brake.
is off now. We're pushing back. So let's start this. Go.
Continue taxi and you can take whatever's available.
Let's free up a stand. They're running out of stands.
Continue behind the hinge.
So every time we close the door, we get an extra load sheet. That's no worries. Okay.
Speedbird 126, request exit.
Another Speedbird.
Speedbird 126.
Okay, we're clear to start number 2 actually. I'm sorry, I'm already tired.
Engine 2 started.
Alright, we'll monitor that. We'll give you access to the ACAM. You can see on the chart there's really not much. But even the satellite image is a little wonky here. Okay. Setting parking brakes. Let's put the...
Excellent, we're giving away to the Speedbird, and then we're going to take that stand. It's probably pitch from on the right.
Are you going to take one from the
T-Casson.
grass, or are you going to be going towards the terminal, sir?
Grass taxiways
Engine
in
1
effect.
started.
Thank you. We had a good start on number 2. Thanks for monitoring all that for me, Crafty.
Gate 5 is a very nice gate.
Gate 5 is a very nice gate.
Not as nice, not as nice as 4. Alright, 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 alright. Hopefully we're not blocking too many people here. I think our scenery is slightly different from the rest of the world. No, I mean it looks good on Navigraph. I don't know why they pushed us a little off the taxiway. Alright, we should have a good start on 1. We
Yep,
do!
and
Wonderful.
I've started the chrono.
Thank you for
I'm
3-minute
Putting
warm-up
the
time.
weather radar
Okay. Yeah, put it.
in
Yeah,
auto.
predictive wind shear. It's all good.
Flaps. You
We
said
do
flaps 1,
flaps
right?
1, absolutely.
And pitch trim
Why
is
do
point
I get...
up 0.1. No, up 0.2.
Okay,
Pitch trim is
it seems
set.
like GS6 completely reset. Because that's not my default setting.
So we are unofficial WorldFlight.
Oh, official WorldFlight.
Off and off.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready for the after start checklist.
That would be now. Anti-ice.
Alright, not required.
ECAM status.
Is normal.
Pitch trim.
Is set probably a little high. Let me double check. Nope. Up 0.2. Checked.
And rudder trim.
Is 0. That's the after start checklist. Okay, let's get going so we don't block people. Although I don't think there were too many aircraft in sequence, but might as well take our spot. And ground GL44 out of stand 2 ready to taxi.
JL44, are you taking west or east?
We're facing west for hotel.
JL44, thank you very much. Taxi to holding point Alpha, runway 11 via Hotel Golf Alpha.
Taxi to holding point Alpha, runway 11 via Hotel Golf Alpha, GL44. So by now we know we can anticipate things a little bit and should just say hello. Try not to blind that guy. Another giant landing. Atlas Air. Yes, we'll see you next time. I would think at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, is that what time it is?
Yeah, look at the guy. Let's scare him. Come on, go. Go, go, go.
He just disappeared.
Yeah, he started running. I would have done the same.
So 136.
Alright, let's go.
122.15.
122.15, speed 126.
And it's not super long, but let's do the flight control check. Alright,
You ready?
Yeah.
Full left. Full right. Neutral. Full up. Full down. Rudder. Full right.
You'll get ground.
Full left. Neutral.
Go ahead for GL44.
JL44, I've got a re-taxi clearance for you. Sorry, I was not aware that you were WorldFlight traffic. You can taxi via Hotel Golf to holding point Bravo, runway 14.
Okay, no worries, appreciate it. Holding point Bravo for GL44. Parking brakes, brake check. Okay, let's do, so now we are Bravo. So we'll be given an immediate departure, but it's not like we need a shortcut now. If they give us a shortcut when, I mean, I appreciate it, but it's not a huge difference. Okay, let's do the before takeoff checklist down to the line.
Flight
please.
controls.
I've been checked.
Flight instruments.
Checked.
Briefing.
Completed.
Flap setting.
Config 1.
V1.
142.
VR.
152.
V2.
154.
Flex temp.
50.
ATC.
Is on.
And ECAM memo.
Is takeoff no blue.
Any updates to the departure
Nope,
briefing?
1-1, same departure,
Okay.
so we're all good. Yeah, got stuck in the turn here. Sometimes these sceneries have
And our
grass
chrono
at
is
different-
past 3 minutes, so we're good on engine cooling.
Hopefully we can get going.
Reset it.
Yeah, I don't know
Or warm
any
up.
sim that has
Yeah,
a good ground friction model. It's not an easy problem, but still. Yeah, I don't know what this taxiway is made of. Must have melted last summer because I have to use. Ideally, we wouldn't want to exceed 40% in one, but
Hello.
whoa!
Jump.
No! No!
Was that a
what
bug or
happened?
did he
It's
crash?
a bug. It's a bug.
Take whatever's left.
I'll take whatever's
Love
left.
your work. Continue taxi down 147.
Gate, whatever's left. But it's if
What
it's on my
is-
right.
Oh, is that the queue?
That's the queue. Yes,
Okay.
not a bad queue.
The Congo line, aka the Congo line.
Yeah, you give us Bravo, but that's not bad. Okay, let's do the before takeoff checklist below the line, please.
Cabin crew,
Has been advised.
engine mode selector,
Is on norm.
and PAX.
Monitor tower 122.15, tower good flight, bye-bye.
Over to tower on 122.15. Thanks for the service. Bye bye, GL44. So we were told to monitor expect departure on 120.2. Yeah, it would be nice if we can take off before that 747 and avoid the wake turbulence.
H1011, runway 11, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 11, unit there, 975.
Okay, where's Bravo? This must be Bravo.
Correction, Egypt Air 986, are you there?
He's taking off, so he must be there.
Okay, guess not.
Well, he's on the roll.
No, there's supposed to be another Egypt Air, but I think he disconnected. Break, speed bird 47 Charlie, welcome to Yogyakarta. Make right on Kilo.
Right on Kilo 3 with 47 Charlie. And now you can there, 975 Edward.
Then on 75, thanks. Contact director 120.2.
120.3, confirm?
I think it's decimal 2.
Egypt Air 975, negative 120.2.
So there's an aircraft on 5 mile final. Put the parking brake.
Hotel Lima 8508, wind
Turn off our lights.
1011, runway 11, you're clear to
Don't
land.
want to scare anybody, so he got clear to land. That was
for tower, you there?
GL44 is with you.
Delta 4 after the arriving 787, line up and wait runway 11 behind.
After the arriving Boeing 787, GL44 will line up and wait behind. So you have to repeat behind. The last one of the last things they want to hear is behind, so that because there is an aircraft coming to land, and if I only hear line up and wait, I would take the runway. I mean, I use the TCAS and all that to be sure, but
Oh, I see. Behind
there is
the
a risk.
behind
You
the
said
landing.
behind the landing, traffic,
Yeah.
blah blah blah.
Gotcha.
Line up and wait behind. GL.
Okay.
I should have said GL44 at last, but I said 4 GL44 behind, so like, he's really. Okay, so our engine warm-up time was all good, I see. You
Yeah.
already reset
Yes,
it,
I've
no
reset it.
surprise. Yeah, it's rare that you have a taxi time,
Yeah.
you know, between engine start to...
Certainly during WorldFlight.
yes. Yes, yes,
That
yes.
would be unheard of.
Alright, so runway heading until 500.
Unless you're New Zealand, maybe they get a less than 3 minute.
Don't know how they do it. Okay, we should see some landing lights hopefully coming from the traffic. This is a really short final now. Take a sip of water. And it is a Dreamliner. So that's the aircraft
Nice.
we were expecting. Line up and wait behind. On this mushy taxiway. Mushy mushy.
So the plane behaves differently on different surfaces?
Yes.
That makes sense. But I wouldn't expect taxiway surfaces
Yeah,
to
I
be so
don't know.
different.
It, you know, was a last minute decision to do this flight, so I haven't ever been in this scenery. And
Hotel Lima 5, Hotel Lima 8508 after vacating on Delta, completed 6
okay,
kilo.
you ready to go when we get that clear?
I'm ready.
After vacating Delta, straight on kilo for Hotel Lima 8508.
Everything looks good.
Tower, good morning. LZ 100 is on your left for runway
Okay, he's vacating.
6 miles per run.
LZ 100, hello, continue approach. Brake, GL44, winds by variable, QNH 1011, runway 11, get 6.
Clear for takeoff, runway 11, GL44. Takeoff.
Chrono started.
Thank
LZ
you.
11,
50%.
LZ 100,
And one.
QNH 1011, winds light and variable, continue approach, traffic rolling.
Men flex 50, SRS.
Approach,
Auto
traffic
thrust
is,
is
Thrust
blue.
start?
rolling
Or
on
thrust
the
set?
100.
Sorry.
Hotel Lima 8508, thanks, contact ground 12165.
12165, thanks so much.
By 80 knots, I bring the side stick to neutral.
100 knots.
Checked.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate.
Gear up.
Gear up.
LZ 100, QNH 1011, runway 11, keep land.
Set land LZ 100.
GL44, contact director 120.2.
Director 120.2. Thanks for the service, GL44.
Nice.
Okay, we passed 500. Turn to the right, 90 degree-ish. Just following the flight director for now. And director, very good early morning to you. GL44 Progo 1 Alpha departure.
GL44 identified. Continue climb flight level 130 via SID.
Climb flight level 130 via SID, GL44.
Egypt Air 975, contact
Okay, 130 confirmed.
123.4.
123 for Egypt Air 975, cheers.
Cheers.
Super Green 60
These are
contact
nose lights on the nose
Kulon Progo
wheel,
Tower
so
122.15.
flaps up. That's already in the
up.
bay, so they turn off automatically if they don't do anything.
Terima kasih banyak, Mas.
Sami-sami.
Okay. Let's do the after takeoff checklist onto the line, please.
Landing gear,
Is up,
flaps,
retracted,
packs.
are on. So landing after takeoff checklist completed down to the line. We got a little ding, I'm not sure. It's not set correctly. Should be both on until we reach
They are.
10,000. Well, there was no the seat belts. I don't know. Gremlins.
Gremlins.
Okay, so we're direct NASWA, max 230. No altitude. And into the night we go again.
Yeah, but will
We'll
we have
see
daylight
Oh, yeah,
tonight
yeah, we'll see
during
daylight.
our last
Yeah,
flight?
we'll see daylight tonight.
That's funny.
Virtual world daylight.
So they can see our banana shirts.
Hopefully. I
on
don't know.
Banana
if I
Shirt Friday.
onesie or banana shirt, but yes.
Huh?
Okay, turn. Now we can go to 250, so I'm bringing the nose down a little bit. I'm not gonna chase the flight director too much. So I like to fly the airplane manually, typically up to 10,000 feet. Okay, there's traffic. Departed. They're already 30 miles ahead of us. Transition altitude here is 11,000. So we've been cleared to a flight level. So we put the autopilot on, autopilot 1 on. So we can go standard because this is a flight
Done.
level. Thank you. And that's the after takeoff checklist below the line completed. Barrow set standard 3 times.
Okay, so we're done.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can hear him. He said continue climb to flight level 130. If it was an altitude, he would say to altitude 13, 1,000, 13,000. That's actually reflected on the PFD as well. You can see 13,000 or FL flight level 130. We're in standard.
Thank you, Micah. He said we're a really great cockpit crew. Perfect combination.
Oh. Alright, we passed 10. We're accelerating to past 250. You can turn the no portable electronic device sign off.
250 knots for that 712 increase speed 270.
Okay, so we'll meet our
270 knots and we can return
altitude constraint at sec 2, so it's showing magenta.
Batik 712, turn left heading 075.
So we're on 120.2. There was departure center 120.9 maybe, with a little chance. That's the thing. So this is weird. I don't remember seeing an ECAM message. Well, there we go. Spoke too early. Here is our traditional of master caution. ECAM fuel center tank pump to low pressure. If no fuel leak, we have no reason to believe a fuel leak. Fuel crossfeed on. Fuel panel, crossfeed. Radar on 123.4 for GL44. Oh, it wasn't the frequency I expected. 123.4.
Jet 1 Victor Bravo, continue descent, flight level, correction, continue descent 10,000 feet,
Speed of star, we're leveling off at flight level 130.
Papa, track direct, Hotel Kilo 402.
That was of stop altitude.
Roger, down to flight level 100. And after Charlie in the Papa direct.
Center tank pump off, that's step 2. That doesn't read it. So status, fuel crossfeed, when center tank empty, fuel crossfeed. Okay, we have a little while for that. We still have 4.5 ton, so that's probably all the fuel we need to get there almost. What are we using? We're in the climb, so 50 kilograms.
Yeah, 121, copy 120.2, thanks.
And radar GL44, flight level 130 on the Progo 1 Alpha departure.
GL44, continue climb to level 250 unrestricted.
Continue climb to flight level 250 GL44. Okay.
Long shot 520.
First climb, open climb, flight level 250 blue.
Target in 090, long shot 520.
12255, turn left heading 180.
Left heading 180 to connect to the flight.
So we did get to jump the queue by 1.
Oh, good.
Avoid the wake turbulence of that Speedbird 747. Wasn't 47 Charlie.
So how does that impact the sim?
What?
The flight to the wake turbulence?
Yeah, it can be model.
Does
but
it
it's
really
a little,
get simulated, or
no.
people just say,
it
"Oh,
can,
okay"?
It can, but I found it more unrealistic than increasing the immersion. So I have it turned off.
Oh, okay. Wasn't worth it.
I mean, it might work for 747, but it seems like it was really extreme, and even smaller plane were creating wake turbulence.
Oh, that's not
okay.
good.
Hold on, we got contacted. Hey guys, see ya in next WorldFlight. Had a lot of fun with you flying. Enjoy your flight to Darwin.
After
Thanks.
5 Papa, track direct Hotel Kilo 402.
After Charlie Lima Papa, direct to Hotel Kilo 402 and continue descent to 1,000, correction, 16,000 feet.
So, enjoy your flight to Darwin, Keynes, and Sydney. Yeah, that's the...
10,000 feet, correction.
Well, there's Brisbane in between.
Long shot 520, turn right heading 110, direct Hotel Kilo 402. Long shot 520, direct Hotel Kilo 402.
Direction, hotel, this is Hotel Kilo Foxtrot 402, long shot 520.
Alright, we got a private message. That's always nice. Just another
It was private?
It was private, yes. From my girlfriend.
Oh, you have a girlfriend?
Yeah. Alright. So we're doing 320. I think it's appropriate.
CL44 contact Ujung control on 120.7.
So tell me how the...
Control on
Oh, sorry.
120.7.
12255, turn left heading 105.
Left heading 105 on us.
Control GL44 is with you, passing flight level 181 for flight level 250 inbound Progo.
GL44, Lieutenant Control, hello, identified, climb to flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350 GL44. Okay, that's our final altitude, so clear. We still thrust climb, open climb. Flight level 350 is blue. Wonderful. Let me do what I have to do here.
And we're switched back from meters to feet.
Oh yeah, we're done with China.
Okay.
That was interesting. If you guys want to check any of the last 3 flights we did yesterday. Flew
Wasn't
over
that
Chinese.
interesting?
Hey now.
It's all relative.
Hey now. Okay, what I like to do is verify our flight plan is all tidy, no disco, red nav we didn't use. Flight level 350 is our cruise altitude. Plane has optimum at 340, but our recommended max is 362, so we're still below that. All good. Cost index, we'll keep 40, puts us at a night 320 knots in the climb. Fuel, oh my goodness, we have 2 hours 37 minute extra fuel, 5.2 ton. And then secondary flight plan, if you remember, we had put a return to the field, so this is a good opportunity to just copy the active so we have a backup. And now it matches, so on the ND. All good.
So whenever I hear disco, I think the too much panic, not enough disco. What is disco in this context?
Discontinuity.
Okay.
So your flight plan, most of the time the flight plan is basically your route from one waypoint to the other, to the next, But in some cases, you would either not want to connect to waypoint, you would have to continue on that heading, or by mistake, you would have left the discontinuity. If I were to enter new waypoints right now, it would by default create a discontinuity.
So that's what no disco is.
No disco.
Oh,
No panic, no disco.
That's just so boring
I'm sorry.
compared to the other disco.
I'm so glad you joined me in the cockpit today, Crafty. Okay.
But I like that they call it disco.
Good.
I'll give them that.
Oh, thank you. I thought you liked Taipei too.
I did. I enjoyed the Type A personality jokes.
In Taipei.
In Taipei.
Okay, let's do our electronic paperwork, which is our journey log. We are indeed GHAL, so Juliet Hotel Lima is our ICAO code, or IATA code for our passenger. We'll see LL44. Takeoff mass 74.6. We didn't have any security searching or checking the aircraft, so I'll approve that. Our aircraft, where did Micah come from? What was the previous flight? Let me see if I can spy that. He came from Whiskey India Delta Delta.
Fortune Control, good day.
So by default it had our
1904 climbing to
yeah, our latest, and it's not even Type A because I screwed up the electronic. A cars. Anyway, so the plane came from
level 330,
with, let's do a little fuel. So our fuel on board, Micah left us, or Captain Mike Delta left us 3,890 kilograms, so we had to refill for a while because we needed 17.1.
So why does this page say climb and that one says cruise? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I think that always in crew. Yeah, for most phase of the flight, this is like a summary of multiple page. So it has information from the engine page that you would
Okay,
get
it's always
here.
that's static.
It has the
cruise,
information
okay.
from the pressurization. It has the information from the conditioning with the temperature. So it's kind of a dashboard.
It's not really a status like this, the CLB.
Well, it's the cruise page. It's typically what you would look on takeoff. It will by default be on a different page. As you know, on landing it would be in a different page.
Mm-hmm.
But
the wheel page.
for broadly the cruise phase, this is really convenient. You have all the information. So it's a compromise between like the upper ECAM that's always displaying the engine information and the
Oh, and
lower
that's got
ECAM.
the status there.
Yeah,
And Central
yeah,
Cargo
we're still in the climb.
That climb to
So the
Plateau
phase-
It's the climb.
It's the climb. No, no.
That's so. When was that? 2010s?
Oh, maybe even before.
2000s?
Maybe even
The
before.
aughts?
Okay, 17164 minus 3890. So we uplifted 13.2 tons, which corresponds to 12,300 liters. It's a lot of gas. Fuel temperature was 12, density 0.8, and sure enough we have extra. The reason is 90-minute extra.
Egypt 975, proceed direct to ANXA, Alpha November Golf Sierra Alpha.
All copy that, direct ANXA, Eastern 975.
Per WorldFlight. So that is a requirement, as there is usually a lot of traffic, as we've seen, and you want to make sure you have enough fuel to enter hold, get vector. We got a little bit of vector going into Taipei yesterday, and so that's the famous 4444, so 4,444 liters extra that we have. Sorry, that's in weight, 44.4 ton. That's let's put 555 extra fuel. So for a regular flight, because that extra fuel, that extra 90 minutes is on top of for contingency, final reserve, alternate.
8286, report your mark number.
Mark decimal 87 South Cargo 886.
We thought the need for 90 minute extra we would have uplifted
We are
5,500
we will maintain that.
liters less.
Roger, thank you.
Okay, so we'll do a fuel check
Lufthansa
around a
973,
rupee.
report your mark number.
So he was clearing
Max decimal 89, I'm
people to
reducing to Max
Angsa.
87.
Yeah, I see
Lufthansa
Angsa.
Echo 97, Julia Lima, thank you. Maintain mark decimal 87.
So we're still in the climb, passing flight level 260.
Yeah, we're
Flight level
maintaining
350. Let's see what we had at Arupi.
Vielen Dank.
So the plan has us reaching Arupi at 32 minutes into the flight. So we're still 72 nautical miles away. Should reach it by 1936 Zulu, which is 9 minutes. Chrono has been running for 20, so that was 29. So we might be a few minutes early.
That would be nice.
Yeah, that would be a change, wouldn't it?
Well,
Okay, with the fuel done, I will record that I did the takeoff. I suspect I will do the landing. We did get a pushback. It wasn't a gate, and it was spot 2, I believe. Depending on the scenery. So, our block off 1853. We still pushed back more than 1 hour, like 62 minutes early. And takeoff was 1907. It was scheduled 2015. So that's can't do math anymore. 68 minutes early. Okay, so I would estimate based on that 2207. Why is the UTC
still a bit high in terms of ground speed, maintain Mach decimal 85.
I'm maintaining 85.
time looks wonky?
And what ground speed do you need, Lufthansa 9
Yeah, GPS has the right time, 1929.
978 Lima, 490 knots.
Yeah, we're reducing ourselves to 490 ground.
I don't know why it's calculating. Oh, or distance, okay. Hopefully there's not 8,800 nautical miles to... Oh, did I get the wrong waypoint? Okay, that happens. I load the flight plan before the plane was, the IRS were aligned. So sometimes the VOR, here's a disco. No, it seems like everything is fine. Let me enter an arrival, that usually fixes it. Although I'm not sure which way they are landing in Darwin, it's still a little early to figure that out, but we're gonna use what our flight plan guessed based on the Taft prediction of the weather, so we'll do just arrival 29 and one of the Donia, so I don't know which one either. Do Donia 1 Alpha for now. Yeah, that fixed it. That's much better. 1200 nautical miles. 2211, that checks with the 2207 guesstimate. Okay, we're done with our departure.
Papa Golf, confirm, Egypt Air 975.
Egypt Air 975,
Seems surprised.
Kilo Papa Golf.
Kilo Papa Golf, Egypt Air 975.
Oh, I see the shortcut, probably past Kidul. If we can skip BLI. I mean, it's not a huge difference, but hey. Okay, I can't believe we're running 1 hour ahead of schedule.
Well, don't jinx it.
Alright, we're way past 10 and it has been pretty smooth. Why don't we start the cabin service?
You want some warm nuts?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Appreciate the offering, but yes, GL Air traditionally serves a warm nut in first class. Donuts, crepes.
Well, we still have
Some
donuts
brand new
were delivered
donuts
to our front door
by
yesterday from
First
J-Dub.
Officer J-Dub.
That
once
was
again.
awesome.
A+++++.
Yeah.
Alright. Tweak the temperature in the back.
Sorry, last station calling with your panic control ticket. Yeah, New Zealand 66
We're coming up on Arupi. Let's see how we're doing. Still in the climb. We had a less aggressive climb profile in the flight plan, I believe, because the top of climb was earlier. I wonder actually if the flight plan had us depart the other way. Yes, it was 29er instead of 11. Calculated it before I knew that they were landing on 11. That's one thing. I don't know what they're doing in the real world, but VATSIM is usually pretty good at matching that. For low wind, there's typically preferential runways, especially at bigger airport, especially if you have parallel runways that you can use instead of a single runway. So you might
Roger, we'll stop at
you can still land or take off with typically up to 10 knots tailwind.
Excuse
Bless
me.
you.
Thanks.
Let's see how long we're gonna stay with this controller.
Climbing through level 200.
Airport Chicago 211, you don't panic control. Hello, identified flight to flight level 3.
Probably for a while.
Climb 350, Portugal 1.
Yep, it might be all the way until we enter Australian control in Brisbane. I just like playing with the little roller here. Just like. Okay, a rupee, we still have 16. So climb here, 0.76, yep, 0.76. That's a pretty good number in the climb, so that's why, or pretty good number meaning prioritizing a little bit the ground speed versus the climb, the vertical speed. We're only doing 700 to 800 feet. Still gonna take us a good 2 minutes to 3 minutes to get there. That's fine, I don't see any traffic. Ground speed 456 was expected to be 463, but that was past top of climb, so we'll see once we accelerate. 463, 60, 62, 61, 470. So we're in the ballpark for sure. So with the fact that we took off from 1-1, which is certainly better flow for us taking off, and also for the aircraft incoming, as the route came from the west, I'm expecting our fuel number to be favorable, and so will the time. We're expecting a rupee at 32 minutes, and we'll call it 29 minutes.
Thank you.
So that's 3 minutes ahead. Fuel is showing 14.7. That's 300 kilogram more than expected, so no surprise there. Fuel burn 2.5. I'm rounding up, so that's a 200 kilogram difference, but that's typical of the round up, round down. So I round down the fuel on board to be conservative, and I round up the fuel burn.
WorldFlight. Would it be maybe possible, considering that the airspace is not congested, to fly a formation for a little bit with Lufthansa 97 Juliet Lima?
Well, they want to do formation flying.
Cargo 866 for just stand by. Just give me a moment.
Thank you.
Yeah, we actually did, and have a video showing our formation flying. We did a couple of legs, only recorded the last leg into Sydney, and 3 of us were flying in formation. Captain Mike
You have
Delta.
to pay attention more, so.
To what?
You're flying where you are, right?
Yes.
Your position.
Yes. Typically do it during the day too.
Yeah.
It helps. And no, but that was a lot of fun. We did it on the leg into Brisbane, as well, in addition to the leg from Brisbane to Sydney, and we had 5 aircraft, so it was fun. And formation flying is authorized on VATSIM, and there's some procedures and all that, and so a lot to learn, but we managed. Okay, we're reaching 350 alt blue, alt star, Mac. I was expecting you to say and cheese, but
Oh, mac and cheese?
it's alright. So we're leveling up at 350. And we're gonna do at least 0.78 in the cruise. We can do easily 0.80, 0.81 if we're really pushing it, but then we're really close to the barber pole. And the acceleration will be slow, we're still below. We have 0.77, 771, going up slowly.
Can we think of good going up slowly analogies?
Let's let's do
like a hot air balloon?
I can use a quick break. Let's see if the controller and control GL44 with request.
GL44, go ahead.
Could we get 5 minutes out of the cockpit, please?
GL44 please report back.
We'll report back. Thank you, GL44. I start the clock. Just need to maybe use the external view real quick.
Yep.
All right.
Good evening, that's for Charlie off. So, flight level 185.
And do you want me to mute you for a little bit?
Tap for Charlie.
Unless there's, it's up to you. I'll mute myself before I step out.
Up to 350 for Charlie.
Contact the 97 Julia, we will not direct Kilo Papa Golf, no ATCC Russian.
Direct Kilo Papa Golf and no feature section from the 997 Julia, thank you.
Then Pacific calculator is now ATCC Russian.
No feeder system. Thank you very much.
No problem.
I can't see the end, but I'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world and keep the sky on your mind.
Yes, that you make about 106.
Golf, with the back, actually, just put your back on the window.
Copy round about Max decimal 788, or I can do NAU.
Unfortunately, Golf Roger, maintain Max decimal 78.
Decimal 78 then.
And report that back.
I will do.
And the South Douglas 62, the right request 2 360 turns for rejoin with the company.
Lufthansa Cargo 866, Roger, would you be able to do that under own navigation, or would you require methods?
Negative navigation is fine, thank you.
Lufthansa Cargo 866, Roger, approved report completed.
Roger, report completed, Lufthansa Cargo 866.
For Roger, thank you. For Pursuit Direct, Kilo Papa Golf. Kilo for Direct, Kilo Papa Golf.
Center Air Portugal 211, can you continue climb level 370?
Air Portugal 211, A5 flight to flight level 370, and will that be your final cruising level for today?
370 and GDR 5.
Thank you.
So we're back in the cockpit. The controller just gave us a nice shortcut. I missed the waypoint. It was just one outside the first page. And that waypoint is 560 nautical miles away. So, sure. Quite a way to go, so...
November 8 Papa Juliet leaving my airspace, Delta ATC monitoring call 122.
Kilo Papa Golf, Kupang. That's an hour 57 minute in the flight, so that's more than an hour away. 2101, 1949, yep. 112. And so that would be 154 instead of 157. So we might still be 3 minutes ahead. So not necessarily faster, despite this shortcut, but it's all good. Well, let's use this long stretch to our next waypoint to talk a little bit about one of the goals of WorldFlight, which is beyond having fun for the people flying and controlling. It's to support a variety of charities around the world. So each team will pick a local charity, typically aviation related, and organize streams. In the past, organized visit to the cockpit, so people could kind of buy a ticket either for a jump seat or for actually sitting in the FO seat. Keep in mind that all other teams, so there's a total of 15 teams including ours, official teams, all other teams have a completely enclosed cockpit. Captain Romeo on our team also, but for the rest
So
of
all
us,
of them?
yes, they have full cockpit, so it's quite an experience, especially if you're not.
But it's enclosed.
Yes.
It's not just in a man cave like ours.
Well, wherever it is, in the garage, in the main cave, it has a shell.
Yeah, like an airplane, like a pointy nose.
And depending on how much room they have, you know, the 1 or 2 jump seat with all the fuse panel and sometimes the cockpit door. So it's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
And actually, a little aside here, the company I purchased this cockpit from does sell, in addition, the shell and all the equipment to have a fully enclosed cockpit, and they have a demonstration unit that you can check out.
We just didn't have the room.
Yeah, we didn't have the room, and that cockpit was used for a TV series in Europe. So
it's a very realistic.
Well, I'm sure all of our viewers would take offense with some of the things that they did, but as J-Dub always tells us, you know, can take some liberty when it artistic liberties when it comes to movie making. Anyway, it's quite entertaining. So yes, all teams have a full size enclosed cockpit. Most of them with projection systems. So instead of 3 TVs, they'll have 3 projectors and a curved screen. So offering up to 220, 230 degrees of field of view. So wherever you look through a window, you see kind of the outside world. Due to the, as mentioned by Crafty, due to the room and literally the room that we have, space in the room, I elected to go with TVs, and we have no room to put an enclosed cockpit.
Feels enclosed, though.
It feels enclosed, yeah. It has
small.
the warm and
short ceiling.
Yeah.
But Team G Hell, on the other hand, is a virtual.
So there's a couple of aspects there, you know, quote-unquote virtual team. As we started last year, still kind of shortly after COVID, we decided to join force with 3 pilots in Germany and myself here in the US. And what we share in common, beside our passion for flight simulation, and cockpit building is the fact that we all use the same software. So not only we're simulating an Airbus A320, but we're using the GHEL FMGS freeware. So if you Google GHEL FMGS freeware or go to our website, there's some documentation and links about that. It's pretty amazing what Jean-Luc has done, a French developer who has built a complete suite of tool, and the home use, as long as you're not using it for professional or commercial use, the home use is totally freeware. And so it allows you, it's really meant for cockpit building in a sense that it's very modular and allows you to run different pieces of the simulation on different computers. So as you can imagine, we already have 3 screens for the TV. We have 1 screen behind PFD and ND on each side, so that's an extra 2 screen. We have 1 screen for the 2 ACAM, yet another screen, 1 screen for the MCDU on each side, 1 screen for the DCDU. I don't have a DCDU on my side, actually, because the screen is kind of behind it, so I did the easy one where we have a little more room on the FO side.
And you do,
So
I'm noticing in your comments, have a link to the teams.
yes.
And you can follow links once you get there.
Yes, absolutely.
Captain Tango has an entire web page that documents his progress on making
Yeah,
this
the
flight
equipment
sim,
that
just
is
all
used.
kinds, some videos, some shorts
Absolutely.
even, all kinds of
Absolutely.
stuff. If you're really interested, you can follow those links in the description of this video, of all of the
So
videos.
the 4 of us, Captain Mike Delta, Captain Pero, Captain Romeo with his son, First Officer Christoph, and then myself, Captain Tango, are flying in sequence, and we transfer control of the official GL44. You might see other GL aircraft joining here and there, but it keeps us pretty busy, especially last 2 days. We did, well, the 2 prior day we did 3 flights, but yesterday was particularly long. Today we were scheduled to do the next leg, but due to the problems, unfortunately, Captain Romeo experienced, we decided to pick up this leg as well. And luckily for us, Captain Mike Delta did a really good job bringing the plane really early, so he knows us too well. He knows that
We'll need that
for
extra
whatever
time. We
reason
always need
it's
that
going to
extra
take a
time.
little time. Yeah, it's really interesting. This is a very popular event, and you might be on VATSIM, and you might be familiar with other events such as Across the Pond or Across the Land. Some of those events use a how do we call it? A slot system, basically, where you have to reserve not only the route but a specific time so that it sequences the planes, and they have a maximum capacity. And beyond that, they're clear about telling you, hey, you can join, but expect really big delays.
Whereas our system is
So-
a little bit less predictable
Exactly.
with WorldFlight.
It is,
It's
yeah,
still
they try to keep
done
us
very
on,
well.
Yes, and they try to keep us on schedule. That's why they also gives us priority when and where it makes sense. But we have seen unprecedented level of traffic, which is great. Shows the continued growth of the hobby. Sometimes you really have to be patient, and not everybody is necessarily patient.
I think by and large people
Yes,
are
yeah.
very patient.
I've seen a few reports
and
here and there. I
try to keep
I
things
can't,
light even if there's
Yeah.
tension and stress.
Yeah, or you know, it is what it is. So if you remember, we had seen the moon and various crescent. We hadn't seen
we have
this
a tiny
one.
sliver.
Yeah, yeah, it's
I'm sure
very.
you can't see it on the.
Well, I can give you
I'm
the
guessing
best
you might
shot
not be able to see
I
it.
can give is this. Well, believe us.
The small sliver.
It's
It's very
the moon.
dark in the cockpit
It's
right
the moon.
now. Very, very dark. Oh, yeah, it's all black.
It's all black.
Yeah, I mean you see a little
Hey,
teeny
you know,
dot sliver,
yeah.
but
On a bigger screen, maybe. I don't know. Let's go back to. Let's go back to the cockpit then. So back to the charity, we talk a little bit about the WorldFlight
Go back?
event at large.
Oh, there we go.
And then, in our case, the team in Germany decided to support Wings of Help, which is part of the Lufthansa group, I believe, and is a little bit like Aviation Without Border, like Doctor Without Borders, so providing relief assistance and things like that. Here, I decided to support, like we did last year, the Corporate Angel Network, which is a US-based organization that arranged free transportation, basically put in touch cancer patients with owner of corporate aircraft, and so that cancer patient can fly totally for free to whatever destination they need to be, to get maybe to a very specialized, treatment center, proton therapy or things like that, and so radiation. So it's really a nice organization, and as we all know, cancer is a very prevalent illness, and at least the cancer patient, with the help of CAN, don't have to worry about transportation. Saves them a lot of time too, and obviously, as I mentioned, it's at no cost to the patient. So hats off to Corporate Angel Network, CAN, and
Indeed.
use this opportunity. If you guys have enjoyed your stream, enjoy our efforts, enjoy our previous videos, and you can afford sparing a little $5, €10, $20, every little bit counts. I know I've mentioned it previously on stream. Over the years, the 23 years I think the event has been running, all teams, all years have raised way past $1 million across multiple organizations, so that does make a big difference. So
There are some very popular people
yes,
participating in
we're working on
WorldFlight. We're little teeny fish in a pond, but there's some teams that have hundreds of viewers.
Correct. Some have
for each
aggressive
video
goals of like £10,000, $20,000. We'll see where we can get. We're not even set up in a way where we can track the donations as we go. Hopefully that's something we can do. But in order to track it, what we're asking, and that's why I put the QR code on the screen, is that if you follow that QR code, or there's a link in the video description, you get directed to our webpage, where you can find just a brief information about entering. We ask you to enter in the additional information field when you follow the link to the CAN donation page. You can just enter WF23, so WorldFlight WF23, Whiskey Foxtrot 23, and then they can run a report for us, as we have to report the information to the global WorldFlight organization. So
And you put the link for donations in the description of the video.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So you if you're on your phone, because the QR code only works if you're on your computer.
Well, it works as long as you have a phone that you can point at wherever you're displaying.
Oh, okay.
So you can steal your wife's phone, your kid's phone, use your burner phone, whatever your business is, and just... I'm sure you can figure it out. So once again, we want to thank everyone who has donated already, and certainly encourage you to consider supporting this really good cause, which is the Corporate Angel Network. And see if we can get a little bit of background music. Challenge is that we're not set up to hear it in the cockpit, but I'll try nonetheless.
So I'm listening
It's
on
gonna
my
take a
phone.
little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, you want me to mute you maybe for... I know the music was a little loud in the past, so I've tried to adjust it, but I don't know if it's playing or not. Doesn't sound like it. What did I do wrong? I probably did something wrong. Let's try again. Seemed like it had worked previously. Hold on, let me figure out a few things here. So welcome back to the cockpit. One thing I haven't been really doing is usually I'm a little bit more diligent about the equitime point. Got reminded by that as it popped up on our ND here. Basically by default it's calculated automatically with no wind between the departure airport and the arrival airport. Once again, it's not the equidistance point, it's a equitime point. That's what really matters should we have an emergency. Now here on a long flight like that, I wouldn't typically keep just departure and arrival as they are so far away. There's numerous airports. Let me show that you guys real quick here. Tune that down. So I put the terrain on ND on my side. You can see the ETP circle, green circle. We're still happily going east, following the coast of Indonesia. Numerous airports. I don't know where Bali is. Let me do a quick search here. I believe that's Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta.
Speedboat 19 Juliet, resume navigation, proceed direct to Kilo Papa Golf.
We already passed it. That's where we got this shortcut. So that could be a good alternate, although there's many options as you can see. I am just not super familiar with this area of the world. And what is KPG? As an engineer that talks to me, WATT, so let's use that for now. We'll use the current wind, there's not much. 242 at 7. If you want to be more accurate, you can use the wind prediction. I think we have the full table on the page I printed, yes. So we're flight level 350, we are inbound KPG. There's not much wind. WGP, which was the previous waypoint we bypassed, was wind 238 at 13. KPG 244 at 15. So nothing too crazy. So, and 242 at 7, I guess I didn't complete it. Okay, so that brought up the as expected. So the idea here is that we now have two airports already set, WAD, WATT, in the equitime point page. So it would tell us at which point in time and where it would be shorter for us to go back to the initial airport or to continue and reach the second airport. So right now we're showing 110 nautical miles away from the ETP. You can see it here. Let me clear the terrain, that will probably help a little bit. So what I would do is enter WADD in the progress page. So if you remember, we had left Yogyakarta with runway 11, and we had set that as the information in the progress page, so that if we had to return to the field, we would have a bearing and distance already more than 450 nautical miles. So in case of a diversion, let's use Bali, which is only 150 nautical miles. It's on a bearing out 286, so we indeed passed it. It's behind us, but it is still, if we look at the equitime point before the next airport. So it would be more advantageous now to divert back to Bali instead of proceeding to Kupang, Altari, I think it's WATT. Now if we have a major emergency, there's probably valid alternates, and ATC would help us to get to the closest, which you can then see in the closest airport. WADL, that rings a bell, but I don't remember exactly. So that's typically how you would use the Equitime point page. And the display, if you look at the line, the first line and the third line, so the ones with the airport information, that shows you the bearing distance. So for WADD, 284 at 162 should be pretty much identical, 285 at 162 to the progress page where we had also entered ADDD. Now the advantage it gives us our arrival time there, so it is 2016 right now, so it would take us 21 minutes we would reach, and that just flying straight there, we would reach Bali at 2037. Similar information for WATT, it's on a heading of 097, so that's in front of us, that makes sense. The distance still a good 345 nautical miles, and we would reach it at 2100. So by comparing 2100, 2038, you can tell clearly we would be in Bali before we would be in, I forgot the name of the airport, Kupang. Now the second line includes the wind that you can split, kind of component for what lies behind you and component for what lies ahead of you. But it calculates the ETP point, and that's where it's displaying. So assuming we were magically transported to the ETP point, Bali would be on a heading of 281 at 262 nautical miles, whereas Kupang would be on a heading of 096 at 258. So you see the difference, 253, 258 is not a big difference between equitime, equidistance. It's just coming from the fact, as you suspected, that we have very light winds. And maybe we can update, you know, the wind. I could put 238 at 11, but it's really not gonna change much. And then it indicates, you can see the time of our arrival there is 2052 on one and 2452 on the other one, so that is indeed meeting the equitime criteria. It doesn't matter once you AEP if you go straight or if you turn back. We haven't seen or heard too much traffic around us. So what I'm gonna do, I have entered Bali in our progress page. Once we reach the ETP point, I will switch it to WATT. So that serves as a reminder that we already passed that, and then we can look maybe at an equitime point between that airport and Darwin. Darwin being on the coast, pretty much where we'll make land. There's probably not too many options in Australia closer. Maybe on your side, Crafty, we can look at a few things. Viewers who had joined us in previous stream know that we like to put Sydney so that we can at all time get a feel for how far we are from our, let's call it destination now.
Yeah.
In the past it was our departure point, but it's the same. Sydney is where we start, Sydney is where we end, and around the world we go. So distance now down to 2300 and a few more legs and we'll be there, 2300 nautical miles. I don't know who was the lucky, probably Micah in the middle of the Atlantic was probably close to 10,000 nautical miles away from Sydney, half around the world. But for now, let's put our destination, let's be a little bit more modest. on our goal. We're still a good 760 nautical miles away. How are we doing on our fuel center pump? So we turned it off. We're using cross feed to make sure that we're feeding both engine, even through just pump 1. And if not, we would start feeding the engine number 2, the right engine, from the right wing, and create an unbalance that is undesirable. So that's why we had to turn crossfeed on. So crossfeed is on, or open, I guess. On and open. So on is what we request, open is what it is. So that's good. We don't have a mismatch between what is commanded on that valve and what the position of the valve is reading. So we happily feeding both engines from the center tank. We still have our initial quantities in all the other tanks. So let me update maybe our map here a little bit, gives you the big picture. Okay, this is the big picture, and at the same time then you can see the ECAM pages with our center tank fuel pump 2 turned off as per the ECAM and the cross bleed valve open. So with 1200 or so kilogram in the center tank, we're using just shy of 50 kilogram per minute. I think the valve is automatically gonna turn off around 200 kilogram left, so we have a 1000 kilogram a ton. So that should take only 20 minutes. So let's see if I remember. We'll start a little chrono and see when we reach 20 minutes. I would expect that center tank fuel pump 1 to turn off, and then we'll turn off the cross bleed. If we look at our ECAM message, center tank pump 2 is off when center tank empty, fuel cross feed. Did I say cross bleed? Fuel cross feed off, as we're just leaving the center tank as it is with whatever fuel is left in there. I might use this opportunity to do a quick check. Hydraulic quantities are all good. The lower level on the green figure is normal, as it is the one driving the landing gears up. So that's quite a bit of hydraulic fluid required and get captured there once the gears are up. Electricals are just showing all good. Pressurization, we're back to system 2. The airplane alternates between system 2 and system 1. Bleed is all good. Air conditioning, everybody seemed to be happy with the temperature in the back, at least.
No complaints that I've heard so far.
Alright, good. And our engines, we still have oil, that's good. They topped it off. And vibration are in the green. Oil pressure, oil temperature in the green. That's what we like to see. So I got the master correction as I recalled the fault on the center tank pump 2.
Following kilo stop, climb flight level 210, aircraft stop flight level 220.
So on the map you can see the little ant trail. I'll give you a bigger version of this. So the map I'm using here, there's many different options, is much more than the map I'm just displaying that page. It allows me to control remotely my computer that I have set up kind of headless, on the FO side so that I can just boot them and they launch all the instruments, the GL part of the suite just for the FO, PFD, ND, MCDU, and DCDU. So that's one computer. I'm using another computer to cover my side with PFD ND, the 2 ECAM, and the MCDU, and then yet another computer, the more higher hand computer to drive the 3 screens.
Okay, so someone's asking, do you fly now all flights of Romeo? Andre 1965.
Say again? Okay, let me. I'm not sure I heard you.
Are we doing all Captain Romeo's flights?
Oh, that's a good question. Captain Romeo is actively trying to figure out what is causing his issue. The latest I heard on our Discord was that he might be able to fly the last flight, which is kind of a tradition. Captain Romeo is the pilot who initiated this GL team, so I think it's only just that he's the one to fly the last leg, and the last leg is obviously significant enough because it's the last of our 48 legs this year. But in addition to that, it's a very special leg because it is a tradition, as we are always going back to Sydney, to allow the official teams to fly under the Sydney Harbour Bridge. So that might be something a lot of us have done in the sim. I wouldn't recommend doing it on VATSIM, but this is a rare occasion. I mean, you can do it on VATSIM if there's no controller, that's for sure. But there is a special procedure, and I'm not trained on it. Captain Romeo did it last year. I hope for sure he will be able to finish the world tour and do that last flight. So stay tuned. I know he's doing his very best to be back online.
So the final flight into Sydney?
Yes, leg 48 from... So the full... the other thing is, right now that leg is Brisbane to Sydney. The tradition also is for the WorldFlight team to be allowed to divert to a nearby airport, so that we can kind of control the timing and have them all start at the same time, take some nice, it's the group picture on the steps of your favorite monument. And so that's gonna happen again, so don't be surprised. The previous leg 47 out of Cairns, so not this flight, not the next flight which we are doing into Cairns, but the flight out of Cairns will be slightly diverted. All the WorldFlight team will meet there and then start do a mass takeoff. I think everybody's authorized to take off at the same time. Kind of tradition, celebration of this huge effort, not only the 1 week of flying in the controller, but behind the scene. Incredible team, incredible people dedicated to WorldFlight, coordinating with the various VATSIM region, organizing the specific airport that we visit. Every year the route is different, pretty much with the exception of Sydney. I think Muscat in Oman is the only one we reused this year from last year. Or make that to Brisbane too.
Sydney is just SYDNY, right?
SYD...
And EY?
Yeah.
EY.
EY. But you can do YSSY, people would know. Yankee, Sierra, Yankee... Yankee, Sierra, Sierra, Yankee. That's the ICAO code of Sydney.
YSSY.
That's right.
I did both.
Wonderful. So if
Okay,
Crafty
sum
has
it
been
up.
diligently
Oops.
managing the chat.
To sum it up, Captain Romeo's attempting to fix the issues in his sim and hoping to be able to do the final flight into Sydney.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thanks for joining us, Andre
Of course.
1965.
So I've been loosely listening to the radio. There's a decent amount of traffic. Keeping an eye on when I expect him to transfer us to another zone, but or sector, but as we expect that it's
Yeah, navigation calling you to ticket, call sign.
still have a way to go. And what you can hear, or actually not hear, is that we hear the controller, we don't hear the aircraft he's talking to,
Qantas 224, German
and
Charlie
that's
Island,
because we're
Island.
kind of at one end of the controller zone, and he's probably talking to an aircraft that recently enters this area, and it's a pretty broad area, so VATSIM simulates the attenuation of the signal over the distance, which makes communication a little trickier and figuring out when you can get on frequency, but we make it work.
RC 121, turn left, heading 120.
But besides, I mean, but are we the ones taking over until
Let me
Captain
see.
Romeo's?
No,
Okay, so others.
Captain Pero will do that. That I believe is still the plan
Oh,
for Captain Pero to do leg 47. And I know I've not updated. I didn't have a chance to update the website.
so Andre is
But the-
saying that he will perhaps connect with you. His home cockpit is complete like ours.
Cool.
That would be great.
I
Captain
mean, yes,
Tango
we
loves
welcome-
connecting with
Yes.
other flight sim
Yes.
enthusiasts, especially the rare few who have a
A cockpit or
complete
an A320.
cockpit. great.
So I was talking a little bit about the FS flight control that I use for the moving map. Also use it to load the fuel and the payload. You can use it for pushback, so that's a good backup when GSX throws a fit, which inevitably happens here and there, as we all know. Control the weather. You can set the airplane's position, so you can set yourself on final downwind, put Cat 1 weather condition, Cat 3 weather condition, so it's a little bit of what they call an iOS, not the Apple one, but the aviation one, so an instructor operating station. It's a little tricky if you want to put the airplane in the air, as far as I understand, and I haven't done it, so. But as we all know, trying to start a plane in the air, engine running, with all the information in the FMS or MCDU is tricky. So we passed our equitime point. It has been sequenced, so now I'm gonna change the progress page to indicate that a good diversion would be Whiskey Alpha Tango Tango.
Did you have the P3D and GHEL at the same
hold on,
computer?
hold on. Somebody did not respond. I just hope it wasn't us. Okay, I don't know. Sorry, what was the
Okay,
question?
so do you have the P3D and GHEL in the same computer? I have 5 computers running.
Wow. So we've
And then EXCL, the EFB computer.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So I mentioned the 3 computers, so most of the GL suite, including all the displays in the cockpit, the EGPWS, GIPWS, eGIPWS simulation, and what else runs outside? So that's all outside. The flight model can run on a separate computer. Right now I'm running the flight model on the P3D computer. So, and I run the EFB on a old tablet here. Once again, if you follow the link to our website, there's a page dedicated to kind of the high-level configuration.
I'll find that link and post it.
Thank you. The moon is rising, which ultimately is a good sign, meaning the sun eventually will rise. But let's use the SATCOM here and the free internet to in our plane to see when is sunrise in Darwin.
Nordic 1 Mike Echo, proceed direct Kilo Papa Golf.
Direct Kilo Papa Golf.
So when is sunrise in Darwin, Australia? Hopefully today, Sunday, November 11. Yeah, they're all no, Saturday, November 11. They're already tomorrow. Oh, it's 6:11 a.m. Oh no, they use half hour difference. This page say they're GMT plus or UTC plus 9 or 30 minutes. Let me see. Didn't pay too much attention to the difference. Sure.
I've just posted the link to your
Thank
cockpit
you.
overview in the live chat.
So I didn't know.
So do you see the arrows at the ND? Sometimes I see it, but often not. The nav display arrows?
Like these? Well, they're tuned to the same one, but
Is that
I'm assuming he's referring to the like VOR or ADF. I don't know if the ADF is picking up anything.
so you do see?
I'm assuming this viewer is using the same software suite. I mostly see them. I think I remember sometime not seeing them. Might have to do with the ARC one. No, I see it. Try different range. Looks like it's working. Assuming it's what he's referring to.
So you usually see the arrows?
Yeah.
What was that number, sir?
I mean the TOC and TOD
Oh
arrows.
no. Those are a mess. Since version, I've seen it work in an old version. I think we're on version 59. I know it's 60 just came out. We didn't obviously want to update during WorldFlight. The top of descent is either not displayed or most often than not it's kind of pegged to the waypoint past.
So the TOC and TOD arrows.
Yeah,
don't
TOC
work.
is really iffy too. Yeah, and Jean-Luc knows. I read somewhere in the forum that it's on his list, but he didn't give an ATA or a version of when he's gonna fix it. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate, but in any case, I like to do the back of the envelope TOC calculation.
So known issues.
So for example, here, not knowing which way we're gonna land, but we can still use the destination airport. So that would be YPDN for Darwin, and we expect to stay at 350. So using 3 nautical miles per 1,000 feet of altitude, 3 times 35, that's 105. Let's add 10 for slow down. So for good measure, not knowing the runway, we'll call it 120. So that would put a circle. Now I'll have to go to plan view because I can't see that far. Can move towards, or there you go. So here it seems like a TOD would be between Pagmy and Donya. You know, pending the information about our star.
Yeah, I said it's good to know that's not a problem.
Yeah, no,
with
it's
his
no.
setting. Let's see.
Sorry about that. So right now the flight plan, if I look at that, the TOD was 64, so 64 nautical miles. Before Donya, so it's roughly in the same. Your hand is hurting. That's no bueno.
Sunshine 1471, request direct lead on.
Giant 1471, negative for separation.
Copy.
Lufthansa Cargo 8286, report your mark number to Bristol Centre 133.2, bye bye.
133.2 with next number for Lufthansa Cargo 886, and thank you again for the formation flying, we appreciate it.
New Zealand 14 Bravo, Region Control, hello, roger. New Zealand 14 Bravo, you're identified, roger. Alpha Flight 4390. New Zealand 14 Bravo, Flight 4370. Lufthansa 907 Juliet Lima, contact Brisbane, correction, report your mark number to Brisbane Centre 133.12, bye-bye.
Mark number to 133.2 Juliet Lima. Thanks for great service, have a nice evening. Qantas 25 with you, flight number 340.
Qantas 25, Region Control, hello, roger. Osprey 4 on the acute, negatively traffic at the moment.
No worries at all. Got a Qantas 25 at Bristol, transmission to the
Qantas 25, flight to level 370.
Flight 370, Qantas 25.
New Zealand 14 Bravo, report your mark number in the climb. New Zealand 14 Bravo, roger, what is your maximum mark number? New Zealand 14 Bravo, roger, for now 80 Magnus 477. Qantas 25, 80 Magnus 477.
Maintain Magnus 477, Qantas 25.
Killer 2 Alpha, turn right 090. Break, obviously 121, resume navigation direct Kilo, Kilo, India, Delta, Uniform Lima. Got 8317, Asian Control, hello, identified, turn, foot line, turn, left heading 060, climb flight level 230. KLM 208 first direct Kilo Papa Golf. Texas 5 Roger, maintain flight level 240 at the moment, please traffic. Velocity 9 and 247, that would help actually height to flight level 370.
370.
Texas 5 flight to flight level 300 initially. Delta 8317, climb to flight level 350. KLM 28 Alpha, visual navigation direct Kindle, Kilo India Delta Lima X, Kilo India Delta Uniform Lima. United 2946, thank you, identified client to flight level 370, maintain flight level 77. Walker 2489 Usual Control, hello, identified, which, correction, climb to flight level 270. Texas 5 flight level 350. Go ahead. Euro 888, take them, I'll get there faster for you shortly. And Qantas 224, no ATC, seat restrictions. So do back this lane, sir. Kilo 888, maintain my decimal 80. Jetstar 2486, resume, correction, cancel ATC seat restrictions. Proceed direct to Kilo Papa Golf and Potts back. It's Asia 362, no control, hello. Identify time to flight level 370.
Brisbane Center 133, decimal 2 with Mach number, Hapag Lloyd 86. Thank you very much, bye-bye.
Bye, break, Shanix 31 Hotel Golf, report your Mach number to Brisbane Center 133, decimal 2, bye-bye.
Mach number to Brisbane 1332 for Channel 1 Hotel Golf, bye-bye.
To show Udon Control, hello, identified, climb to flight level 390. Walking 249 and climb to flight level 310.
Huron Center, Aussie 100, request 10 minutes out of the call.
Aussie 100, approve for back.
Take call back from this.
Platinum 441, standby. Neptune 11 Whiskey, Udon Control, hello, identify Muncher.
So we're taking a short break. F4 Crafty was kind enough to bring me some snacks. And so we went full Airbus mode with the tray table. Pretty convenient. We borrowed a keyboard from a A380, I guess, or A350. Although we can put that aside for now, I believe. The moon keeps rising up and up in the sky, which is a good sign. I did some math about sunrise in Darwin, and it's around 6:15 local. They're UTC plus 9 or 30 minutes, so according to my calculations, the sun has risen in Darwin, at our destination, so we'll definitely enjoy sunrise over, is it the Timor Sea? Or so for now I'm enjoying a few snacks. We have traditional apple and cheese. We have some Czech mix. We have the warm nuts we talked about. I decided to skip that as I've been feeding myself of donuts and warm nuts for a week now.
Nomadic 136 set squawk 4124.
Say again, squawk Nomadic
4124.
So controller has been busy with mostly traffic behind us. We're given this direct to KPG. We'll reach in 30-some nautical miles. We'll do a fuel check over there.
Egypt 975, report your MAC number to Bristol Center 133.2, bye bye.
Okay, KPG, that's the
Good morning.
Kupang VR. So probably auto tune now. Okay.
Thank you very much for data.
I heard we got some questions in the comments. Let me see what I can do.
Neptune 11 Whiskey, correct, flight level 330. Delta 8317, are you able to accept flight level 360 for cruise?
Give me just a second to catch up.
Delta 8317, roger, taxi.
Connect with you, that would fun. Complete is okay. Okay, TOC2D we discussed. You have desk at the front. I'm assuming Andre might be referring to the tray table. So the tray table is unfortunately for FO captain only. Feature currently, and it was provided by the supplier. I did not build. Did not build it.
Nomadic 136, climb to flight level 310, final cruise.
Flying level 310, final cruise, Nomadic 136.
So hopefully that answered the question. And let me see how we're doing on... Ooh, the sunrise. First Officer Crafty, if you hear me, it's sunrise time. And as usual, it's when we take a break. So it never fails. And when we have to do a fuel check. You want to enjoy the sunrise? Well, I'm assuming it was referring to the tray table, and I mentioned... well, I don't know. We'll connect. The best way to connect for anybody interested, I do have a contact us page pretty visible on our website. So just fill in the contact us form, and promise you will not be spammed. And if you have any questions, feedback, comments, that's best way to get in touch with Captain Tango. Alright, KPG, an hour 52 minutes into the flight, so we're 5 minutes early. And is that the transition? I don't think so. No, we still a little bit to go. 11 tons of fuel on board, 11.0, and showing 6.1 ton use. So the delta now is 500 kilograms, so that's really nice. Is that the wind? I'm not sure. Wind was supposed to be 242 at 14. It might be a little better. 477, we're doing 481, so... I mean, we went from plus 300 to plus 500, so that's all good. The initial plus 300, I think, was due to the more favorable runway, taking off into the direction of the flight with 29er instead of 11. And then, no, it might be just the wind that saved us a little bit of fuel. Alright, off we go into the sunshine now. Very nice, very nice.
Kilo 28 Alpha, proceed direct to Kilo Papa Golf and A from report back. And New Zealand 14 Bravo, what is your requested cruise speed? New Zealand 14 Bravo, roger, maintain max is 180. And Qantas 25, maintain max is 180.
Maintain mark for ratio, Qantas 25.
And Qantas 25 is 1 factor, are you able to accept flight number 39 as well?
Qantas 25, maintain.
Qantas 25, thank you, climb to flight number 390 and no ATC seat restrictions.
Flight number 390 and cancel the ITC restrictions. Qantas 25.
Target 1 Victor Bravo, climb to flight number 290. Target 1 Victor Bravo, roger, like a stop, climb flight number 290. Vision 4 Ringo Kilo, go ahead. Vision 4 Romeo Kilo, negative to traffic, 2340 if you want.
Okay, sure, if that works for me, we'll take 340.
Vision 4 Romeo, correction, Vision 4 Romeo Kilo, roger, climb to flight number 340.
Fine, fine, I'll see you.
Delta 551 is your control, hello, identified, climb to flight number 410. Jet star 2486 approved to go back.
I'll have some copies, please. Thank you. Ensure. Ensure.
Fritz Baguette 23 Whiskey Foxtrot is your control, hello, identified, climb to flight number 370. Top Jet 1 Victor Bravo, climb to flight number 350. Canon 262 Mojo Control, hello, identified on Jet.
Nomadic 1362, get about 1.5 minutes away from Cockpit.
Nomadic 1368, so report back.
Let's go.
Qantas 69, report your back number.
Brisbane Center, good morning, velocity 742, flight level 350.
Welcome back to the cockpit. We just got transferred to Brisbane Center, so we're talking to Australian controller once again. Is it time to go back in the... okay. Now it took me a little bit by surprise, not the transfer to the frequency, but the fact that, well, I guess I should have expected. Or star, Donia 1 Alpha, into runway 29er.
42, thanks. Star clearance, Donia 1 Alpha, arrival runway 29er, report ready for descent.
You want to stay muted, or you want to... okay.
Just
okay.
1 second, please. I call you back.
No worries. Break. Lufthansa 97 Juliet.
So Brisbane arrival, ILS 29er is what we were expecting,
on conversion.
and Donia 1 Alpha. So the guess was correct. That's good.
And 97 Juliet Lima.
And then we got clear, direct PAGMI.
Then I'll vector you to the south and clear you for the visual approach circle to land runway 18. So you'll overfly the field and then make an eye drop approach for runway 18. Does that work?
That was a lot of information. Okay, so PAGMI, and after PAGMI, we're headed to Donia.
Repeat that star, please, for me.
Velocity 742, no worries.
And
it's the Donia 1 Alpha.
So no altitude constraint at Donia, no altitude constraint at Sudag. And BAB. No. So the 1 Alpha.
Walker 3236, I see you're still descending.
Donia 1 Alpha. This thing it forks, and I'm not sure. My 29er. Routing for Donia, track 137 to Sudak. Okay, for 29er, turn left, track 127 to Idlib.
That must have been a very quick 10 minutes. Welcome back.
Damn.
Thank you.
Is that above flight level 130? That's all good. And Waki DAC-T has a speed limit 230, and then Nilo. Okay, that all looks good. Now I'm pretty sure we'll have to correct the ILS altitude. So is it vector? Do they connect? Lapar will figure that once we're closer.
When ready, speed 290 knots on conversion, runway 286.
2120, yes. Lapar should be 3000. And then
Collins 480 negative, you're not cleared for land, there's a tower controller for that. Just clear the approach runway 11.
Okay. No, it still has us pretty high, that's fine. And we have the max 230 already. Okay, so the speed is all good. Let's insert that.
Lufthansa 97 Juliet Lima, when ready, descent flight level 130.
Yeah, when ready, descent level 130, we'll start out of Lufthansa.
We still see a little bit of land off our left side at around 9 o'clock, but besides that, we are over the Timor Sea, headed to the coast of Australia. We haven't seen Australia yet, but we're at least talking to Australian air controllers, Brisbane.
Yeah, you might want to double check that. You should definitely do descending by now if you're at 410, given the guy at 38 started before your current point now.
Okay, so is there some action on the frequency?
I managed myself the whole world tour.
Yeah,
what's happening?
The thing is that MD-11 simply wants to descend really, really soon, so...
Okay, let me ask.
Alrighty, no worries.
Brisbane Control GL44 request.
33-1, see ya.
Hotel 133.1, Corners Flight, direct, yep.
Brisbane Control GL44 request.
GL44.
Could we get 5 minutes out of the cockpit for GL44?
GL44, no worries, report back.
We'll report back, GL44. Alright, 5 minutes.
Hello, this is...
Because it's gonna be busy after that, so...
Currently at flight level 019er, climbing
Let's
to,
take a break here.
8.
Walk 3236, continue descent to flight level 110. Walk 3236, descend flight level 110.
Down to 110, 32360.
Qantas 1992, sensor geared, are you identified? Climb flight level 370, cancel seat.
370, and what was the second part? Qantas 992.
You can cancel your speed restrictions below 10,000. 864, I need to left direct Donia now, please.
Yeah, we are inbound Donia. I'm heading 095 Delta Oscar November Intel.
Okay, I still show you direct to Darwin, but that's alright. Report ready for descent.
Well, cool. We need to maintain 350 for a couple of minutes, and that was pretty big.
Yeah, you'll be maintaining 350 for quite a while.
Brisbane Center after long 5-minute GL44 is back in the cockpit.
No worries, guys.
Good. So we're gonna continue preparing for arrival into sunny Brisbane. Oh, sunny Brisbane. Sunny Darwin.
And 986 Hawk 2121.
Still looking probably at 100 miles before we start our descent. We'll do another back of the envelope estimate to be a little more accurate, and then he asked us to report when ready for descent. So we got the star, we got the runway 29er, ILS pretty standard, 3 degrees, starts at 3,000 feet. Missed approach is on runway heading 3,000. That's all good. Darwin, runway 29er is 11,000 feet long, no high-speed exits, so it's all 90-degree exit. Hopefully we can make Bravo, Bravo 2. That would probably be the best, because that would put us in front of the terminal. No stand 4-4, so the best next choice is probably 4 Alpha. But we'll see what we can do, how busy it is. Shouldn't be too bad, most of the traffic is behind us. There's probably 3, 5, 8 aircrafts between us and Darwin. Start loading the charts in Navigraph, so we're all good to go from that perspective. So we confirmed Donia 1 Alpha, there was an 1 X-ray as well, but we're doing the 1 Alpha. Okay, that matches the chart. Assuming we'll get Isla Zulu. I'll start at Lapar anyway. Alright, so we have the star chart, we have the ILS chart, already have the airport chart. Let me add the parking stands. There it is, verify we have that. All good, so I'm using Navigraph on my little tablet here. Perfecto. So let's say we would want to be at Epdam, which is the first altitude constraint. It's an at or above, but let's use that as our rule of thumb kind of target. Epdam. Yeah. So 13 with 35, that's 22 times 3, 66. Let's do 75. So I'm gonna clear.
Are you looking at a chart that you want to do? Because you haven't said that.
No, in the white chart is a constraint at Epsom above flight level 120.
Ah, yes. Got you now. Yeah, descend via the constraints on the chart, please.
Yeah, what was it?
Okay. Was the control not up to German accuracy standards? I'm not sure what happened there. Okay, 75 mile. Okay, and that Andre, whoever asked about the TD Well, here it's a case where the TD is almost at Donia, but it should be 4 ahead, and I don't think it's displayed properly. I think it, yeah, you see it's displayed at. But it's interesting how my rule of thumb ends up, or the rule of thumbs ends up pretty darn on the money. FMGS calculate 4 nautical miles prior to Donia, so maybe 10 nautical miles prior we'll call him, and request our descent into the Darwin area. Okay. Let's talk about the weather at destination. I got an initial ATIS a while back. Let's update that. So Darwin, send, VHF in progress. Oh, is it getting stuck? We kind of had that issue yesterday.
Thank you, and that for Charlie Golf, mark number as well, please.
See if I put something else just to clear it. Okay.
All good. Everything is okay. So we are max decimal 79 and we are ready to send.
Not sure what's happening there. Let's see if we get it or not. Maybe the VATSIM server, which we are pulling the ATIS from, is timing out. The original ATIS was alpha, the first one they published. Interestingly enough, they were saying it would be runway 11. So I guess that has changed. We'll still use that QNH. We can always ask for the meter 1018. We'll see if it's much different. Temperature 25 and QNH from 1012. Wait a second, where was 1018 then? QNH 1012, sorry. Temperature 25. Winds are basically variable, 2 knots. We know we're expecting the ILS, and that's a DA of 290. Done.
Yeah, so here's the left heading 360.
Walk 32, 36, descent 3000, clear the island runway 29.
Descent to 3000, clear the island left 29.
So we'll get the weather at destination. Always like to get our alternate YPTN. Okay, here's our request. Let's see how different it is or not. And time, so this is at time 21 Zulu. It's 21:33 right now, so that's not too bad. The 80s was at 20:47 Zulu. No winds, 10 kilometer or better visibility. Temperature still 25, QNH 1012. Alright. Everything looks good. Just the way we like it.
Oh, Sebastian. Hi,
Oh,
Sebastian.
hey.
Welcome aboard.
I'm gonna mute myself really quick and finish the snack if I can before the action-packed arrival into Darwin. But First Officer Crafty will be on the voice.
I am on the voice. I don't think of much to say. I'm not very entertaining.
descend via the star flight level 130, speed is 300 knots on conversion.
300 upon conversion and descending on the arrival flight level 130, medium there, -75.
Feather 126 when ready, descend flight level 130, speed is 280 on conversion.
When ready to down flight level 130, speed back 1, speed 280 on conversion.
Agent there 854, reduced decimal 76.
Decimal 76, Egypt Air 84.
Brisbane Centre, good morning. It's Papa Lloyd 511, level 350, instructed Mach decimal 80.
Bad Road 511, Kilo, just confirm decimal 80 for your mark.
80, yeah, that was instructed, but you can do 82 if required.
80 will work perfectly. Start for you is the Donia 1 Alpha Bravo runway 29, maintain 350 and report ready for descent.
Okay, Donia 2 Alpha for the boring ILS, reporting for descent.
The boring ILS?
Sorry, I have to say again.
No, it was a message to our backside.
Yeah, okay. Over text, guys, not the frequency.
Use 1215, haha.
What is 1215?
Walk
It's a guard?
Tower now 133.1.
Okay.
1331. Thanks for the great ATC.
Everybody's very appreciative of the ATC. They're doing a great job. Tons of traffic.
719 Juliet, stand figure, just confirm 84 for your mark.
0.837 at the moment.
Yeah, no, 84 close enough. 719 Juliet, thanks, start for it. Sonia 1 Alpha Bravo, runway 29, report ready for descent.
We're in a weird situation where when we came into the cockpit today, it was light in Austin, dark in the cockpit, and now what's happening is it's becoming light in the cockpit. It's daylight here, and not dark now, but later it'll be dark outside. It's been a weird effect on our body clock, for sure.
Lufthansa 97 Juliet Lima, sorry to do this last minute, but your circle land approach isn't going to work right now. You're just going to have to expect your ILS runway 29.
Expect ILS 9 from the 97 Juliet Lima.
Egypt Air 864, thanks. Turn right, direct Donia. Report ready for descent.
Thank you. Direct Donia, I will put it back on ready for Sunday shift at 6.
Territory Center, Aussie 100 at flight level 370, Mach decimal 821, Aussie 100.
Aussie 100, Senegal A.
Did you eat lunch? Or is this your lunch?
Donia 1 Alpha Bravo, runway 29, maintain flight level 370.
Okay. Part 1 of your lunch. Okay. Can't wait to see what part 2 is. Does it involve a donut or a crepe? No. Barbecue?
For the Coach Donner 1 Alpha, runway 29, Aussie 100.
Aussie 100, thanks. Lufthansa Cargo 97 Juliet Lima, descend to 3000.
Descend 3000 from the 97 Juliet Lima.
The captain is back on the frequency after a little snack. We have been requested to report ready to descend. We'll do that 10ish or so miles ahead of Donia. We are expected to reach Donia at 21:47. It's 21:39 right now, so 8 minutes. So the fun is gonna start in 5 minutes or so. I know you can't wait, Crafty.
The last 5. That's what I live for. The
Yeah.
first 5 and the last 5.
That's right.
Taking the Mac.
But we gotta do a quick turnaround, right? We can get back on the road
Nah,
in the air.
nah, we'll see.
Yeah.
You want us to increase or decrease?
No. Increase your turn direct on you, please. Increase the angle of back.
Well, sure.
Telling them how to fly a plane?
Thank you. Break,
Yes,
break, up on
which is
Why, that's weird,
ATC
right? In
never
the
likes when
ATC?
they're told how to
10
direct traffic, and pilots don't like.
Yeah.
1012 for runway 29, Upper Lloyd 286.
So we did briefly, I guess.
Did
we
a
got
brief
clear-
brief?
Yeah, brief that Donia 1 Alpha. We headed into Donia, which is the initial point. Verified everything is in our flight plan. Expecting the boring ILS runway 29. We'll try to vacate right Bravo 2. Minimum safe altitude around the airport is 1700 to the north, 3000 on.
That's you.
Probably said that call sign wrong, but that's fine.
He actually got it. He got it right.
When ready, descend to flight level 130. Your speed will be 260 on conversion.
No, you got that right. This is GL44, speed 260 on conversion, and when ready, descend flight level 130 GL44.
That's probably a first. But I've got it right at least.
What did he say?
What did
They got it right? I
No,
didn't
no,
hear
no,
what he
we'll-
said before that.
Trinax 31 Hotel Golf.
We'll have to roll the tape to know what they said.
5,000 to QNH choose 1012 runway 29.
Okay, so we have been cleared down to flight level 130. No surprise, it's actually the altitude constraint at Ebdam on the Star, which is what we drew that lovely little ringling around, 75 miles around. So that will work. Should work beautifully, and then we'll descend on Mach 78, but then convert once we go back to regular indicated speed. We'll do 260.
Juliet, turn left direct to Hackney.
Okay, let's do this. We don't have too many opportunities left to screw things up, so.
Is that what this is too?
Well, it depends how you look at it. Okay, we're 50 miles away from land. There's 3 or 4 little clouds lost here over the Timor Sea. It's not the
You're
last
on the
leg,
last
it's 45.
Well, maybe someone's...
I don't know, somebody's... I mean, yesterday at the end of the day, it was, you get tired. Or at least I get tired.
Yeah.
I get tired. But the last leg only.
Only if your death is certain? Is that what he said?
Sure.
I missed it.
Yeah. So we can put 130. Transition altitude down under transition level is flight level 110. I'm sure that is in here. No, I was in the right. Just didn't. Okay, flight level 110, transition level. Alright. Let's go! So we have the TCAS already set on below. How is traffic looking? It's one benefit we have here. Take a peek Seems pretty orderly.
Sorry.
There's
Hashtag Lloyd
people already
360
leaving
CDRLS
Darwin.
Cleared LS runway 29, it's slightly too high, but I think I can correct that.
Uh-huh.
No worries. Contact the tower 133.1. There.
133.1.
133.1, Humpback Lloyd 286.
Humpback Lloyd 286, so he's going. Somebody's not following the star.
What does that mean?
Then the star is the standard terminal arrival
Oh,
route.
oh.
And
I'm following what the MCDU told me, but could you please
blame it on the MCDU? Blame it on the MCDU? Really?
India Delta Lima Uniform Delta.
So what does that mean? That he's following the MCDU, but it's not.
But
it's not.
It's because
in
it didn't
sync
enter.
with the star.
It didn't enter the right star or whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay, let's start.
I think that may be an issue with Microsoft because I have a saving issue, but we could turn it all back in again.
A nice 1,000 feet per minute descent.
Yeah, don't mind, it's fine.
And then roll it down. What about 2,000?
Thank you, left heading 270. And
Yeah, we can clear that fix.
I'll try that again. Left 090.
I'm sorry, 0990.
They're funny.
And 6,000.
Sorry, that was my fault, not yours.
It's okay, no problem.
Sabre 126 cancel the start and left heading 090, descend to 8,000, QNH 102.
1012, that's what we have already.
No worries, Sabre 126 cancel the start and left heading 090 and
Okay. Hey, we see land. There. There, everywhere. Australia is big, though this is an island. It is the Melville Island, something like that. Well, I was gonna get busy. Okay, so we can do that better, 2500. Okay, 260 on conversion.
Danya, 1 Alpha arrival, just better, flight level 350, runway 29, contact 691.
Hashtag low 511, center.
Did you say hashtag what?
No,
Hashtag?
it says Hapag Lloyd. I think it's a, yeah.
Hapag Lloyd. Okay. It's a weird call sign.
And then I got you confused with the other Hapag Lloyd and thought I wasn't in contact with you.
Yeah.
Well, they've got two of them.
So you cleared me for Mach 080 and for the star as well.
Yeah, no, that's okay. When you get a contact request, though, you do need to actually respond. That's alright. I'll tell him to.
Oh, gee.
To state the obvious.
Oh, gee.
Clear to land?
Well, I wouldn't know, because I'm not the tower controller.
That's true. Tower is on 133.1.
Brisbane is there, myself, but we can follow the correct star now. My apologize if you want.
You're a little bit too high, so that's okay. Break, channel 31.
Alright, let's do this.
31.
This is gonna be good.
31,
This is the natty part of WorldFlight. It's the Darwin selection. It's Darwin in full
Award. The Darwin Awards
full effect.
will be given out.
Did we convert? We didn't convert, so it's probably... At one point in time, it will revert from Mach to IAS. Indicated airspeed.
They say again for each myself factor?
Neptune 1 Charlie Bravo, Mach decimal 78.
Yeah, no, that was another pilot that responded then. Egypt Air 975, do you send us
Yeah, this guy. How far are we from Amsterdam?
Copy that,
50 some.
Descent 4000 Egypt Air 975.
Neptune 1 Charlie Bravo, send a good day. Just report your Mach number again, sir.
Decimal 78 for Neptune 1 Charlie Bravo.
Suez.
I don't know. I mean, is there something urgent? Because
Nope.
Report ready for descent.
Dunya 1 Alpha, could you repeat the runway?
I know we're not at 10,000 feet yet, but
It's okay.
Runway 29.
there's already enough action on the frequency. I don't want to add the confusion or delays. So do we see the bottom of the descent? No. But we have a waypoint. I know there's some time when there is a waypoint in between. Maybe after Sudak we'll see the blue arrow, which would be the bottom of descent.
So last station, just your call, sir.
Egypt Air 864.
Egypt Air 864. Sorry, go ahead with your request. Further descent, was it?
Alright, so the next time it's gonna be mainland Austra. Next time we see land.
864, no worries. Descend flight level 130, speed 280 on conversion.
130, speed 180 on conversion, Egypt Air 864, roger.
280 on conversion.
280, my apologies.
Velocity 742, right for descent.
No, we passed it. Maybe if I bring it back up. I've seen it, but sometimes it just doesn't do it. Okay.
Egypt Air 975, thanks. Turn right heading 270, descend to 3000.
Right heading 360, confirm Egypt Air 975.
Okay, now we need to slow down 260.
Right heading 180, descend 3000.
180, 3000, 975.
We better switch to open climb. If not, we're gonna keep descending at 2500.
Velocity 740.
Velocity 742, center.
Velocity 742, right for descent.
Velocity 742, thanks. You can descend flight level 130, speed 270 on
So
conversion.
are we? We're still 10 miles behind this guy.
30 at 270 on conversion. Velocity 742.
Sprint territory, Brisbane, Arafaro wants Papa Julia to contact him 1337.
We're 21. Let's might have to help it a little bit with a speed brake.
Papa Juliet, November 970 Papa Juliet.
And I missed 30, so that would be...
Papa Juliet.
Yeah, would work.
Standby.
That gives us 10,000 feet descent, so we would be at 11.
Contact center 133.7, good day.
Very good, over to 1237 Papa J.
Qantas 1992, same 133.7 south.
Let's put the seatbelt sign on. I did that too quick.
That's fine, Charlie Golf, mate.
For Charlie Golf, welcome back.
We are on 260 now that we are on indicated airspeed.
Sure, report back.
Going down to flight level 130, we're 7,000, so that would require 21 nautical miles, so that will work with EPDM.
It's -6.
No, you should be Sudag. Oh yeah, go direct Idlib now, please.
Yeah, we are now already direct Idlib. Thank you.
No, that's okay. Brake, Egypt Air 975, turn right, heading 250, clear to left runway 29.
250, clear dial S29, Egypt Air 975.
Speedbird 126, turn right, heading 200, descend to 3000.
Right heading 200, descend to 3000, speedback mountain.
Brisbane, good morning, John. 1471, flight level 370, mark that's my 9 up.
John 1471, sending good day, maintain 370, star clearance is the Donya 1 Alpha, arrival for runway 29.
Maintain flight level 370, Donya 1 Alpha, arrival runway 29 at John 1471.
Brisbane Control, Egypt Air 975, having the localizer.
So this guy has to control a huge swath of land and bring us all the way down until we can switch to tower. So it's getting busier and busier and busier as aircraft enter his sector and then land, and then some have already departed to Keynes, which would be our next leg. There's not too many aircraft. There's one turning on final. We got a company message. What am I? Automated gate assignment. Okay, well, we'll see what we can get in terms of gates. So we're approaching 16, so we're 3,000 to go. Looks like we're gonna be right on target at flight level 130 by EPDAM as requested.
Sure, reducing now to 80, just said. Japan 906, flight level 130.
986, thanks, sorry. You can descend to 3,000. Did you require extra track miles to get down?
Descending 3,000 and don't worry about
that. Sounds good, break GL 44, continue descent to 6,000, runway 29, expect the ILS.
Continue descent 6,000, expecting ILS 29 GL44. Okay, 6,000. QNH 1012 GL44. Alright, we can set the QNH 1012, which is what I got,
That's
so
right
it's
there.
gonna be there. I tried to be helpful though. That was in the METAR. Okay, we are for sure expecting the ILS. And there's a good 13 plus miles between us and the previous aircraft, but there's somebody he has to vector to allow him to descend. I'm assuming it's the Egyptair.
100 Tango, thanks. Reduce decimal 77, it'll be 260 indicated on the descent.
So let's do the approach checklist.
100 Tango, thanks.
Briefing?
We've been briefed.
ECAM status?
On conversion, speed will be 290.
Normal.
Seatbelts?
Seatbelts are already on.
Barrel ref?
10-12 set 3 times.
MDADH?
Is set to 900.
In engine mode selector.
I'm gonna activate the approach already. Engine mode selector is gonna be normal. Approach checklist completed. Thank you.
Okay, now we're ready.
Ready, Freddy.
Land this bird.
Hey, look at Australia. Can't believe we're back. It literally flew by, right?
Aren't you funny?
No, not anymore. Or never, I don't know. So you should see the airport down there. There might be some clouds in the way, unfortunately.
Automatic 136, Senate, good day. Just report the Mach number again, please.
Okay, 11, I'll put 250, which is a maximum speed below 10,000 feet. Okay, with that, we'll put our lights on. No portable electronic devices. Sterile cockpit. It looks like Egyptair got it. So 6. That's
Egyptair 986, you cleared the ILS runway 29. Egyptair 864, descend to 6,000, QNH 10.
so here you can see a flight plan discontinuity because there's a segment.
Disco.
Disco, in short.
There is some disco,
Some disco.
in this flight. Too much disco, not enough panic.
We're gonna have to slow down. 6, 3. Hey, now the bottom of descent. You see the little blue arrow? So we have 6,000, that's where the aircraft expect us to be at 6,000. So if I put higher, it comes closer to us, so it should. There we go. But if I put further, I think sometimes it doesn't, it disappear after
Oh,
the
is that what the
waypoint.
arrows that he was talking about?
Well, one of the two.
Mhm.
Mostly the top of descent. This is just kind of informative.
Oh, TOD, top of descent.
That's right.
Gotcha.
Daniel 1 Alpha, arrival runway 29 up. Maintain flight level 370 and report your Mach number, please.
0.8 to code 59.
On the 69, do you copy the start there?
Yep. The Donny 1 Alpha, let's runway 2.
Got a 69.
We're inside 10 miles.
Nordic 1.
I'll help it a little bit again. I'll maintain the speed that helps us descend, and then we'll slow down to the 230 speed constraint.
On my deck, I think. Figure 126, keep that speed up until 180 until 5. Contact the tower 133.1.
180 until 5, on tower 1201, contact 12.
Egypt Air 986, slow to your minimum speed when you can, please, tower 133.15.
Okay, now slow down.
Reducing minimum speed and tower 33.1. Thank you so much for your help. I know we made a hassle, but thank you and I'm wishing you this sleep. Have a good one. Bye bye.
You're all good. Break 2 house 44 descent 3000, cleared ILS runway 29.
Down to 3,000, clear ILS runway 29 or Alpha 4. Okay, cleared. Can descend to 3. So we'll use the start to turn around, and then we'll switch to the ILS. We haven't... Did I verify it? I don't think I did. 109.7, 286 front course, 287, the jet, IDN. Alright, good.
Charlie Golf, turn right, direct to DAG. When ready, descend flight level 130.
Right direct to DAG and 130 when ready for that part.
Actually, I should keep us... I like to be at 210 by the time we're in base, but we still need to go down. Few clouds. Temperature is well above 10 degrees C. We'll go flaps 1 soon.
Okay.
Once we line up. Once we reach 3,000. I don't know what this thing is in China. 47 Charlie. Okay, flaps 1 please.
Flaps 1 set.
Seabird 47 Charlie, center good day. So just report the Mach number again.
Alright, we activate performance, so V approach is 142. We forgot LS please. And alright. Cat 3, dual set, localizer green. And we do have an airport in front of us.
What?
Let it, I don't know what the alright, flaps 2 please.
Set. Flaps 2.
Spoilers armed. glide slope star, and we're descending the glide slope. Missed approach. Tower 33-1, thanks for the service, bye.
No.
Darwin Tower GL44, establish ILS runway 29er. Okay, it's all good. We heard somebody, right?
2,500.
Tower speedboat 126 to tower. Switch to ground.
Speedboat 126.
And Tower GL44, establish ILS 29er.
GL44.
Let's go flaps
hello.
3.
Runway 29.
Flaps 3.
Continue approach.
Continuing approach GL44. Gear down.
Down.
2,000.
And flaps full.
Flaps are full.
Landing checklist, please.
Cabin crew.
Advised.
Auto thrust.
Speed.
ECAM memo.
Landing, no blue.
That's it.
Okay,
Ready to
we're
land.
stabilized by 1500 for a change. I think the aircraft in front of us is clearing the runway. We'll soon clear the runway. I think the map is a little delayed there.
Prepare another pick of the runway.
Extend on 86, contact ground now 121.8.
121, thanks so much, you dad.
And GL44, runway 29, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 29er, GL44. Too white, too red. We're coming in. This is the boring ILS because the plane flies itself down to the ground pretty much. So let's go manual control.
500.
So autopilot is off, 500 checked. What's the wind doing? A little bit of tailwind.
400.
Down tower, good day. Contact flight
300. 100 above.
480, hello, you're very cleared. The runway 29, carbon 7 departure, flight level 180 for your
Continue.
100. 50. 40, 30, 20, retard, retard, 5.
Spoilers.
Well,
Reverse
so much for
green.
the center line.
Decel.
Hello, is your pass full with you? 84, hello.
70
Manual
knots.
braking.
Down tower, contact flight directed. Did you say they departure? Departure.
480, it's the same departure as before, or you're just recalled flight level 180?
I reclaimed 180, pleasure.
There's a plane in my way.
Contact flight is ready.
That's right there, runway 29, clear for immediate departure, no delay.
Verify me at departure, no delay, pleasure.
And tower GL.
4, you can continue approach, reduce minimum approach speed.
Minimum approach speed is 34.
Busy place. Okay, we can do the landing checklist. I think there might be a stand all the way around. Tower GL for 4 at Bravo 2.
Yeah, 4-4, contact ground at 121.8.
Over to ground 121.8 GL44.
Flaps.
Are retracted.
Spoilers.
Are disarmed.
APU.
Is starting.
Radar.
Is off.
Predictive wind shear.
Is off. So that's the after landing checklist completed. Ground, very good morning to you. GL44 on Bravo 2.
GL44, Darwin ground, good morning. Taxi ahead onto the apron, Bay 5.
Taxi ahead to the apron and Bay 5 for GL44. Thanks for keeping us again there.
No problem at all.
Okay, 5. It's close enough to 4, Micah. And as you can see on the map, there's not too many options.
Did I give you Bay 11?
Okay, Bay. I like the Bay here.
Copy, detecting 211, 96.
No, right, 69. Join 8801.
Okay, so we're gonna follow that 787.
Alpha 6 runway 29 holding point, clear to cross runway 18, giant 880 on heavy.
I think it's one of the last gate between these two aircraft, the Delta and the... Is that Egypt there? I like when they have the number on the ground. Leading to... yeah. 2, 3...
Who is it? Atypical for them to request your
Delta 2406, roger, taxi for the
no. I mean, it depends on the traffic. Okay, so I'm gonna tuck... Egypt here is kinda... He must have a different scenery. Alright, close your eyes, peeps. Might be tight. I even have a marking for A320. Not that I'll be able to see it by the time we're over it. Thank you.
Taxi cross running 29 via Alpha host point Alpha 6
Okay,
29.
parking brake on. We're clear to shut down the engines.
Good morning. Velocity 214 position 23, 5% start.
Thank you. Can we operate the jetway from here? We sure can. Look at that.
Velocity 214, Darwin ground, g'day. Squawk mate Charlie, please.
Very nice. Sorry for being a little off the center line there, but I'd rather be, you know, parallel than going across and in the grass. So at least that's my excuse. Okay, connected. Engines are out. Yeah, give them a sec. And I'll let the peeps go out. 144 passenger. There you go. Yep, they're already boarding. Okay, and this time I'll make sure not to forget to do our journey log. Okay, pre-flight, we have everything.
Already off?
Yeah, it's number 2, you know, on the center. Okay, no wireless, nothing. We are at 5 gate. Wonderful. Time we have the... Yeah, I'm doing the journey log. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna write down the numbers here. So touchdown at 22:07. That's still more than an hour. That's 67 minutes ahead of and that's what I had estimated. Wow. 2 hours. 22:12, which is even better. That's 73 minutes. Okay.
So we're
Well,
good on time?
we are good on time. We can probably get up the jackway, grab some food in the terminal, and then come back real quick.
You
So
wanna do
there will be one
parking?
more stream after this. Sure enough, let's go quick external view, and we'll do the parking.
Thanks everyone for joining us. That was fun.
Oh, let's do this.
We will see
Nope,
you in the
nope,
next
nope,
one.
nope. Let's not do that. That's what are we doing?
Parking.
Nobody knows. Oh, the view for the top. Oh, I like this. Let's do this.
Okay.
That is busy. That is Darwin busy.
Got a lot.
Oh, that is pretty. All right, so parking checklist.
AP lead.
Darwin ground, hello, Qantas 1415 information.
Is not required. Oh, it's 26. Okay, well we'll start the APU soon, but yeah, we'll keep it off for now.
Engines.
Are off.
Seatbelt.
Off.
External lights.
As required.
Fuel pumps.
Are all off.
And parking grate.
Is set. That's the parking checklist completed. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you to all our viewers, especially whoever the viewers who interacted with us in the chat. We certainly like it, and we do our best to, you know, answer the question, especially FO Crafty. We had a wonderful flight, got a sunrise, and we made it back to Australia, where it all started. 3 more legs to get us back to Sydney. We will be your crew for the next leg, taking us from Darwin to Cairns. So make sure you take a little break, stretch your legs, but then come back and watch us soon. We'll try to do a turnaround in the 45 to 60 minutes. So in the meantime, see ya.
Wouldn't wanna be ya.